Hey guys, Tire Climber here, and today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. We are going to be reacting to Haku's new character poll that he's been working on for a while now, definitely a while now. I don't know exactly for how long this has been going on. Um, I it's been I think almost a month by now, if I can remember correctly. I remember when I remember it already started like 3 days after I started voting myself, because I just didn't realize, because I had a lot of things other going on in my life, that it was all crazy. Yeah, but yeah, basically we're going to be reacting to that, and I'm going to take this off because it's actually annoying me a little bit. And I'm going to put that on for to actually like listen to what Haku says and all that stuff about the character pool. So basically, yeah, we're gonna be reacting to that. It's gonna be fun. This is a little bit experimental because I've never on a live stream. I'm pretty sure I've never, like, except for that one time we reacted to like a trailer for Tower God. I don't think I ever did both the like a video and me talking at the same time, so hopefully the audio sounds good. I'm pretty sure everything's gonna sound fine for that. Give me 1 second while I check the audio for that I have right now, just to make sure everything's going smoothly. Yeah, it's all good. Sorry. Everything's fine, should be all good. And yeah, so hopefully that stays, the good audio stays while we're reacting to this stuff. I'm gonna give, I'm not really predictions, because I assume like the main characters, and I assume like very recent characters are gonna get a lot of spotlight in this character poll, because I'm guessing that's what's on people's minds. But overall, then, other than that, I can't really say for sure who's gonna, because I feel like I've, like, the last character poll, I was kind of surprised by a lot of the characters that made it on there, like that got votes and stuff, because I don't know, I was surprised last time, so I feel like I'm gonna be surprised again this time. I don't know much about the character pool, to be fair. I haven't been keeping up with like all the like logistics and how many like things went into it. I just know that a lot of hard work went into it. So again, we're gonna be watching the video, but go to Hako's actual video and give him all the support, because again, he did all this, he made all this. He's incredible. So yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna be wasting too much time, because I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a long stream. But hopefully I have a lot of things to say about the characters that get some votes, and hopefully it'll be very interesting. But yeah, all I can say, I'm gonna say who I voted for. I don't remember every single one that I voted, because I kind of wanted to I didn't want to keep voting for the same every time, even though I could. So I know I voted definitely for Tromrai. I voted for White. I love those characters. I don't think I think the only main cast member I voted for, because I already knew that they were gonna get all the votes, was Hots. I did vote for Hots one time. I voted for Cha one time. Actually, I think 2 times. I don't remember. I think 1 time only. I definitely voted for Yudong because of that scene from the flashback. It was literally one of my favorite scenes, the one with their M&M's who, I can't remember much. I'll remember as soon as they pop up, probably. But yeah, I'm very interested to see like the top of the list, because that's like where most of the votes probably went to. So yeah. All right, without getting too much like into like who I voted for, because I'm sure I don't remember. I'm legitimately telling you, I have the worst memory in the world. I I probably will remember as soon as I see them, but Yeah, those are like the few that I remember voting for, because it's like, yeah, I voted for these. I'm pretty sure I voted for Enkidu as well. Just a lot of recent characters, but I also wanted to show some love to other characters. I think I voted for Lero at some point, because I very like Lero as a character. But we'll see. We'll see how everything's going, how it all pans out. Let's get into it. All right. I think everything should be good on my end. Yeah, I think everything should be good on my end. And I have the chat right next to me, so I also hope that, unlike last streams, it's not glitching out that much. I don't know why it was glitching out so much last time, but hopefully it doesn't do that again. Okay, let's get into it. All right. I'm interested to whoever's going to be in chat. By the way, I'm very interested to see who you voted for, because that's the kind of like the fun of this all, to see who you guys voted for and get some discussion. If I'm also going to be changing my camera, like the location of the camera, if I need to, in case it blocks some information out. Hopefully it doesn't, and hopefully everything goes well. But yeah, tell me guys if the video is too loud or too low, depending. I decided to put the volume a little bit down, not keep it at the natural, because just to even it out. But I don't know how it actually will sound in the live stream, like fully. All right, let's get right into it.
Heyo everybody, Haku here with the results for the second Tower of God character popularity poll. I'm mostly, for this video, just going to get into the results and go through the results, give what insights I can here and there, but just going through all of these names is going to be a really long video as is, so I don't want to spend a ton of time on diversions or personal opinions or anything, so I'm mostly just going to give you the facts, the information, where the characters landed and everything up here on screen.
The audio, just to make
I'm
sure,
just cutting
because
in
I don't
here
want
at the beginning to do this intro really quick, because there are a few thank yous I want to give, and just some general information.
Because this is my first
so to
time
run through the
this,
general information, I'm working with all this off the top.
Okay, it sounds fine. It sounds completely fine. I will be pausing the video, just to make sure that because I don't want both of us to be talking. I don't want to interrupt Haku at all. So let's just keep going.
Top of my head right this second, but there were 538 characters involved that you could have the choice to vote for, and even then there were two that I thought of that I was like, I forgot to include those. So there are even some that are missing from that 538. As far as votes go, we managed to get 12,013, which is insane. I want to give a massive thank you to all of you first and foremost, because quite literally, without all of you voting, we would not have had over 12,000 votes. I think that's crazy, because to me, last time I was like, hey, if we get 2,000 votes for the first character poll, which was in 2022, I was like, I'll be happy. 2,000 votes. We got 17,000, which is insane. And this time, the raws, the scanlations are way ahead of the official
Yeah,
translation. So there
that
are
was a big
people who
problem this
kind
time.
of 3 months ago read the most recent chapter, and if they're not keeping up with like Tower of God, fan content or Tower of God like fan areas, Reddit, Discord, whatever, then, they might just be checked out of Tower of God because they've already read the most recent chapter. So I
It's
thought it would be
fair.
tough to get
Fair
as
to think.
much. And even getting to 10,000, I was like, it'd be nice to get more than we got last time, but even getting to 10,000, I thought would be very difficult. So to surpass 12,000 is insanely, insanely cool. This one ran from January 27th to February 27th, 1 month voting period, just like last time. Last time
It was one
being
month.
in,
Cool.
I think it
Yeah,
was
I was right
August to
about that.
September 2022, it ran for a month.
Yeah.
So 3 years later, last time it was kind of right at the end of the nest. This time we're right at the end of
Yeah.
the season. And I guess that's all of the basic general information for all of these. I'm going to
Super
give out
cool.
some thank yous, though, really quick before we start. I definitely want to thank, I said before, thank all of you for voting because we literally couldn't get here without that. I want to thank some other content creators like Dr. Bonehead. Without a huge reach and audience like his, and also him just promoting it every single stream every time was really, really huge. Nia Hemmings, always helpful, sharing things, making a community post. People who've
Mm-hmm.
brought it up in their streams or videos, or people who have just shared it, like Animosity or Pyro Prima or Amy Angel. I wanted to say thank you to all of them. And if anybody else did too, I'm so super sorry
I
for
was tried.
forgetting if anybody else did,
Don't worry
but
about it.
they
I
went out
was
of their
tried
way
to
to help share and promote things, and all of you
to
who went
always
out of your
try
way to
to
share and
promote it
promote things.
at the end of
And
my
two,
streams.
especially big thank yous I want to give out. One to Boss Jesse, who's always been amazing. I don't really use Discord much outside of my
Mm-hmm.
own server,
Same.
so I'm not really in the Tower of God Discord server, but Boss Jesse shared everything there. Huge, huge thank you. And a massive, massive thank you to
Not
Pate
not
Arial, who
not really
always
into the
does so
Discord.
much to really help with the channel and stuff, but went out of his way to contact the mods for the subreddit. I don't really use Reddit in general at all. I'm not really a Reddit user, so went out of the way to message the mods for the subreddit.
I think that's something me and Haku have a lot in common. I don't I I'm I'm very much into comics and like webtoons and all that kind of stuff, but for some I've always been, but I feel like I'm always kind of like, despite my age, I'm data behind in like internet stuff like Reddit and Discord and all that stuff. Sometimes I feel I feel like even though I'm probably should be at the time that I am linked to that stuff, I'm not. So I feel like that's something me and Haku have in common. Sometimes whenever I hear him talking about that kind of stuff, it's just funny because I was just thinking about that. Again, okay, let's keep going.
Reddit, and when Pate didn't get an answer, he just made a thread anyway and then got the mods when they did answer to pin that. So huge thank you to Pate and also to the Reddit mods and everybody who voted and came from Reddit. So yeah, huge thank you to all of you. I wanted to just say all of that before getting into the results. And with
Totally
this
fair.
kind of longer than I had hoped for intro out of the way, let's just start talking about these. I'm going to give you the full entire results all the way from
That,
zero vote gang to
that's
the number one spot. Let's start with the
Ooh, zero vote. I'm actually, before we start the zero vote, because he's probably about to show it. Zero vote. It's probably some like obscure season one character, like background characters. But like I wonder what major characters got zero votes. Like if there any like prominent somewhat character that got zero votes? Maybe, honestly. How deep we are into season three, I wonder. Man, I really wonder. I can't think of like any, not even like, because I'm thinking about some, but like even I think they would even get like one vote because of like a joke. Like I was thinking maybe Traveler, but I feel like people, there's a lot of meme Traveler guys. Oh man, I wonder. I really wonder.
zero vote gang. And my usual purple here clashes a little bit with the
Okay, let me see this. Let me see this. Some I don't. I am probably blocking. Let me put my camera down here then. I'm still gonna be blocking one name. Oh, maybe if I put it here. Nah, I'm always gonna be blocking one of the corner ones. Well, I think here is the best because you can kind of still see it. All right. So we got, what do we got? Oh, I forgot he had lore characters in here too. That's crazy, dude. We got Alex. We got Alex. Alpha. Yeah, like lore characters definitely. Lore characters that haven't shown up in the story will probably still definitely also not get one vote. Anok's mother. Interesting. Well, yeah, that's a flashback character. Interesting. Anok's teammate. Anok's teammate. Ancient. Ancient Blastoise. I didn't read all the names for all these characters, so it's super cool. Shout out to Haku for putting these funny names for the characters that don't have names. Or the Apple didn't get any votes. Fair. David, Arya, David, yeah, that makes sense. Arya Hone, yeah, Arya Hone, Jahad, Arya Rose. It kind of breaks my heart, but I didn't vote for her because we don't know anything about it. But Arya Rose Jahad is like one of my most anticipated Jahad princesses to see. Damn, Arya, Tongta guy, Arya Loon, Bell Barino, okay. Really, Cosino didn't get any votes. That's so interesting. That's super interesting. What's up, Amir? That's super interesting that Cosino didn't get any votes. That's damn. Blongso, okay. I'm trying to see. The Bull didn't get any votes. I mean, I also expect the Shinwei to not get a lot of votes. Kata and Cha. Okay. The only one that really surprises me on this first thing is Cosino. I really thought Cosino was gonna get at least some votes, like maybe 2 votes or something. But damn, that's interesting. Okay.
The orange of the character poll, but I'll be sending out all these results images so that any of you can have them yourself. You can share them around. I'll be leaving that for all of you to do whatever you want with, and I will, from memory, running through these, try to tell you who all the characters are so that you have at least a little bit of background. That's another thing. Tell me your predictions before you continue in the video. If you want to, tell me your predictions for who will do well or not, but also tell me how many of these you actually remember of the 538 here. So we're starting.
To be fair, 100%, I'm not joking. Maybe the guy in the corner that I'm probably blocking out somewhat, I don't remember, but I swear I remember all of these characters. Yeah, I know all these characters except for the one in the corner. Yeah, I do. Damn. Yeah, Cosino's the only surprise for me for this one. What if Bombshot places with Rachel? You know what? That's a funny thing because there's that actual art, I think, made by Tower God New World that is Bomb pushing Rachel off the thing instead of the other way around, which I thought was really funny for them to do. But I don't know. It's just a funny thing that's just a funny image that you could probably find if you look for it. Sky Dragon.
Starting off with Alex, who was one of the regulars in the last station. I kind of remember him being introduced. It was like Alex, and then Moguri, I think, was the one introduced next. So I'm pretty sure one of the regulars there from the last station. Alpha Zahard is one of the princesses of Zahard from the blog post. I think the owner of the Luminous June, and On Zahard, I think, is the owner of the Silver January. I think that's who the two of them are. Or maybe it's is it the White January? It's a Silver January, right? And then the White February doesn't have an owner. But then we have a Zahard's mother, who it's a little surprising didn't get any votes. Just somewhat surprising. I think these results compared to last time are more exciting to me, but also as somebody who's pored over these results time after time after time after time, and sort of compared them to the results from last time, I kind of see where a lot of this is coming from. So we'll get more into that as we go, though. We have a Nox new teammate who showed up. Some people in my comments were saying, hey, maybe it's Verity, but I really don't think so.
I don't think
we have the ancient Blastoise that Trumare was fighting when he reunited with Enkidu. Apple there, Arku, who was one of the regulars living at the, what's it called, the mushroom farm, the mushroom station that Hockney was living at.
Yeah,
it was one of the regulars living there. R.E.A. David, one of the 5 siblings that are a part of White. R.E.A. Honzahard, who really a lot of people are thinking a lot of these blog characters are going to get retconned or kind of deleted from existence. I think most of them aren't. I think there's a good chance most of them will still be in the story. Like
that's a good topic to kind of pause on. I actually don't think a lot of blog post characters are going to be snuffed out. I think they're just going to become lore characters later on in the story. Maybe they don't show up, but maybe they're just like the names or something. So yeah, like I said, my opinions on the blog post is that until in the story they are retconned, they're still valid to be used as information. And I think that's just fair, until proven otherwise. They should be considered extended Tower of God canon. Because I just think it makes the world feel a lot bigger. It makes everything feel a lot bigger when you do include all the blog post stuff. And it's not like some random person saying this stuff. It's SIU himself saying this stuff. So it's like, it's the author saying that these were things in his mind when he wrote the blog post. So at some point they were in his mind and they were probably canon, right? Until he changed his mind and retconned them, which is totally fair. But yeah, basically, yeah, that's what I thought. Did Rachel care about Bomb? Yeah, I would say probably to some extent, but not enough. Definitely not enough for her personality. I just mentioned,
it's like, okay, well, we still need to have princesses to have the 13 months, so they'll probably still show up in the story, even if they get reworked or something. The only one I think might get totally deleted is R.E.A. Honzahard, just because ever since Floor of Death, her lore story hasn't really aligned with what we've seen of the princesses in the actual webtoon itself.
That's fair.
So I think R.E.A. Honzahard's the one who I'm expecting to just not exist. Okay. R.E.A. Rose Zahard, who we might get into stuff with the princesses soon. We could.
Okay, I do expect R.E.A.'s Rose Zahard to be introduced in a princess arc, probably, alongside Maria and all that kind of other stuff. Well, okay. I see other Delete didn't get any votes. Icardi didn't get any votes. I mean, it makes sense. Colden didn't get any votes.
At some point, one of the big regular princess team leaders, we were told in Name Hunt Station that R.E.A. Rose has a team, and
that makes sense.
Hendolak Gladmary has a team, and the two of them are like the big regular princesses. So it was like maybe Shibisu or maybe it was Andorthi who asked Lilial or Shilial. They're like, hey, which of those two teams are you aligned with? And they're like, we're on neither of those teams, and we get the reveal at the end that they're actually on a team with Kun Maria, who is like, now Kun Maria's team is this third regular princess team. And then I think that kind of
just quick little thing. One of the most busted teams combinations I've ever heard in the tower. Like no matter who else is on that team, you have 3 princesses of Jihad on that team: Maria, Shilio, and Lilio. And apparently they're getting backing by Kun, Mashini, Jihad. That's an insane team to be climbing the tower.
leaves it nice where we have Anakin and Dorothy, who are kind of our sort of 4th regular princess team. We have the REA Tunic guy. Both times we've seen REA Hone show up, when he showed up to the Tromare and Amazu party, and also when he was in Joaquin's flashback. He was with some guy that was all bandaged up and some guy wearing a tunic. So this is one of those 2 guys that were with REA Hone. We got Arvin Liu, one of the floating heads. This is the one we saw back in season 2. I'm not a huge fan of either of the floating head guys. Like story-wise, I'm like, I don't know. I don't feel like we need them. I don't know. Something about the design, I just don't like it. it. So I'm not a big fan of the floating head guys. You have the Ashen Badger, one of Traumare's creatures that became, I guess, Umtiti's creature. Belberhino was a sort of distant relative of the Hendolak family, related to the Hendolak family, who was during the Helltrain saga during one of the tests. You have Bellix, who was one of the gamblers during Workshop Battle. Beniamino Cassano, who is a very funny part of the Zero Vote gang here, but also just did not do well last time either. And it seems like the anime did not provide a boost whatsoever.
I forgot how he did last time.
Of
that was also why I was surprised, because we all know at this point how like the anime is doing, but but that's also why I was surprised that the anime didn't boost Kasano's thing at all. It's very interesting. I mean, Kasano's not a very likable character to begin with, but still, I'm very surprised that he didn't get any votes. But I also didn't remember how he did last time. We're seeing some extra names. There's a lot of Shinwei. There's the Data Snake Charmer, the Frosty Bear, the Enraged Rapid. Yeah, a lot of Shinwei. I'm guessing a lot of Shinwei didn't get any votes. Death Karambit.
The regulars that Kuhn brought into the testing area with the Mambar and Dana was part of the crown game, and then ended up being a part of the final team to pass with Bomb, but then just didn't show up again. Was one of those that just passed with Team Bomb and then didn't show up again after season 1. Bloomer, I think, was the Guardian that Hua Ryun and Rachel's team hit in the nuts, right? That was Bloomer, right? Bong So was one of the one of, not really cage, one of the canine sort of dog fighting people that was at the very, very beginning of season 3. You have he was Lulu's boss.
What if princesses were allowed to marry? That'd be interesting. You'd have a lot more descendants of the princesses, which would make the Jihad family. It'd be interesting if the Jihad family would take in those children as part of the Jihad family, and they would also get the Jihad surname, meaning the Jihad family would expand a lot more. Which it would be interesting. It'd kind of become like even though the Jihad family is kind of like the 11th family, it's still its own thing, since it's not like an actual, the only family members are the princesses. So it's not like the Jihad family itself is like the 10 great families with all these expansive descendants and direct descendants and all that stuff. So it definitely expand the family a lot more. But other than that, I don't see much.
You have Bathman Bundoban, who was in the opening for the anime season 2, part 2. One of the regulars competing in the final tournament there.
I did not know that
in the workshop battle. Bruce, who was Yogurt Auntie's like teammate or whatever, who really just got beaten up, and that's about it. Bruegel was one of the regulars at Revolution Road. Bulgasario was another one that competed in the Battle X Gamble rounds of Workshop Battle. The Bull, of course, from season 1. Buen was the only real time we have Buen is Buen was traveling with Hajin Sung when Hajin Sung fought Calavan.
Yeah.
And then at the end, he's like, Buen is supposed to fire the weapon from the El Rabina. So that's
Very
where Buen is from. Catan from season 1, just one of the regulars. Chatanawa was a member of Division 1. Yeah, Division 1 of the 4th Squadron. Charlotte was, and I don't think Chatanawa showed up again in season 3. She might have been killed by Evankel.
I'm pretty sure she was killed by Evankel. I always
kind of am like, I don't know if I count if a person's been killed or not. We'll see if we ever see them again. May have been killed by Evankel in season 2 and Last Station, but may have shown up in season 3. I don't know if Chatanawa was in the background at all in season 3.
I can't remember her.
Charlotte, one of Heljo's minions. Chigrinsky, one of Hess's, I guess, underlings in Name Hunt Station, was cut in half by Hatsu and died. He tried to Cosby.
We also have Grande Lee, Grande Saw's son, which that's a character I did not remember at all. Grande and Gray, interesting.
Shia's team. We have Chung, who was one of the big breeders. Rachel took over his Oculus. Colden was one of Yama's gang. I think probably killed by Paul because we never saw him again after Paul took him out. Then we have Delete from the Wall of the Sleeping Wall with the Sleeping Forget Me Not.
We also have Grande Jaw himself, Haruda, okay, and Heite. All of these characters, I'm not surprised, I think, at any of these characters, except for Kasano. Kasano was the big one that I was like, I thought he would at least get one vote. That's interesting. But yeah, Kasano didn't get any votes.
Data Kunakardi, Data Fonsecal Yurure, the Data Snake Charmer, Death Bird, one of Karaka's minions, same with Death Karambit. You got Devil Bon, who was one of the gamblers.
Yeah, I'm not very surprised at any of these.
Didiano was Monkey. Got Dutong, another of the people. This one was in charge of the place where Ding Ding was being kept that Bomb infiltrated. There's the Enraged Rapid, which is surprising to me. And we see Giant Hairtail, Fandor, Harpe there as well. I thought that the Rapid and Harpe would do well just by being like prevalent trauma-rage, you know? I just felt like I
honestly came into this thinking literally no Shinwei. I didn't even remember that Shinwei were on the list, so I don't think, like, I think because they're not really characters, they're like animals. I honestly don't think anyone, I honestly didn't expect them to get any votes, to be fair. We got Hex, we got Hendelock Blood Matter. Interesting. Hendelock Blood Matter did not get any votes. Makes sense, a lore character. Hong Dangwa. So, man, I would say that I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. I feel bad for him and Changhua.
Trauma-raised creatures would generally do better, especially like notable ones like the Rapid and Harpe. Also, I probably could have just put Fandor Harpe because I'm pretty sure Giant Hairtail is the species, but Fandor Harpe is its actual proper name. You got Fabregas, which was one of Heljo's minions, Felix, which was one of Boro's sort of students who came into Bomb's team going into Revolution Road, but because of injury wasn't able to continue after Revolution Road. Frosty Bear, which is Wee Wee's creature, formerly Trauma Rays, I guess. The Gladiator Ranker, who was part of the workshop battle and then taken out by White during the cage. The Goblin Shark from the Hotel arc. Golden Carp, Jew's creature. Grandaja, Grandali, and Grandasa's son, but not Grandasa in the Zero Vote gang. Grande there, Gray.
Wait a minute. I just realized that Grande Saw isn't in the what? Grande Saw, really? Grande Jaw got 0 votes, but Grande Saw didn't get 0 votes? That's actually way more surprising than anything else in this list so far. What? What if all the family showed up at the end of season 3? That'd be crazy. I mean, the only way I could see that happening is through like a not physically, like with like a conference type of thing. That would be sick. I honestly couldn't see them all having like a physical gathering together. But like maybe just through like a speakers and stuff, holograms or whatever. Emort, one of the Slayers, which Emort is literally the only one Slayer that we don't know if he is a Slayer, if he's like not if he's a Slayer, if he's in the story still, because the only one of the things that got changed from the blog post was Yama's backstory, and Emort came from Yama's backstory. So we do not know if Emort is still a thing. I have some AI art of Emort that I personally like a lot, and I make him into like a business, classy, evil Aizen type of character. He's a light bearer, because I just think a light bearer Slayer would be really cool. And he'd go after the Tupari family head, all that kind of stuff. That's like his target. I think that's just cool to me, having him be more like a businessman, because that's kind of like what Yama was set up to be somewhat in the beginning of the cage. Like he's like he gets all his money from sports entertainment. So I kind of be like, oh, Emort is kind of like that too. not from sports entertainment, but just from like business. We got some other characters. We got the hybrider. That's funny.
From
But
season
no.
1, Grom, another of Karaka's minions, Gyaro, who was Hemaslime's family's ancient creature or like whatever, Gyugung, who was the sort of guide that was taking people around during the Cage arc, Haruda, who was sent from the Ha family to take part in the Name Hunt Station auction, Heite Hunel Kong, who was a part of Bomb's team from the beginning of Revolution Road through Dollar Show. But he was the doctor, so he stayed behind to take care of the injured, and we just never saw him again.
The only character I think that Bomb refers to like as very, very weirdly like informal. Like I think he calls him Mr. Pigsy or something, or someone calls him that. I'm pretty sure someone calls him that. What if everyone in the tower had a human lifespans? We'd be that'd be interesting, but also I feel like it takes 100 years to climb, like hundreds of years to climb the tower. No one would be able to climb the tower. Everyone would die at some point. Yeah, literally no one would be able to climb the tower. No one would be able to even go back down the floors. It takes years to go from like just going through the middle area. It probably takes years to go from like floor 100 to like floor 1. People couldn't even travel, or maybe they'd have to like create some sort of new inventions to travel fast across the tower. That'd be crazy. But yeah, nobody be able to do it. Maybe only Yorick, since he only took 50 years, but literally only him, he'd be able to actually climb the tower in one go.
Then we have Hax, who was the fisherman instructor in season 1. Hendelock blood matter is surprising. Kind of surprising. When talking about family heads, a lot of people seem to be excited for us to finally see blood matter at some point. Yeah. So it does surprise me that blood matter didn't get any votes here. We have the Hidden Grove Lightbearer and Hidden Grove Scout. We get to see both of these characters when Hidden Grove is first introduced to us. I don't think any lore characters are going to beat characters that we physically saw. Kunhin Luck, Taro York. So we see these two, we never get names from them, and then we see them again when they're like in the ship base, whatever. However, we don't see them when Kunhin Luck is talking about the ones who are still alive who were held captive. So maybe they were put in other walls like Cha and Dewan were. And we know that Cha and Dewan were the last heroes left in the walls. The other walls, for some reason, maybe their heroes had already been taken out, or maybe they just didn't have heroes to begin with. But I thought we had some sort of line like, oh, the other walls have already lost their heroes. So these two might have already been in other walls and then just got killed or taken out at some point. So we will probably never see these two again. And one of the two characters that I didn't include, there is not a good panel of them, but there's another guy that when they're in the ship, when they're in the base, there's a guy with like these diamond-shaped bits at the bottom of his shirt that's in their base at that point. And when Liboric is talking to Kunhin Luck about the ones who are still alive that he frees during the first defensive wall of the nest and everything, we see Taro York and we see the guy with the diamond things at the bottom of his shirt. So Taro York and the diamond shirt guy, those two might still be alive, actually. I didn't know that was that guy. If we are to believe Liboric just letting them free after Kunhin Luck sacrificed himself. High Leech Monk from the Floor of Death, high-ranking Ha family member from Chonhee's flashback. This is a high-ranking member of the Ha family, so I wonder if we'll ever get more details on who they were. Holly was one of the members of the army from, I guess that would make them a member of the 2nd Division of the 4th Army Corps from Last Station. Hung Danhua, sad that Hung Danhua got no votes. Huang also getting no votes. Huing Ya Eppo was one of the people competing in the marriage tournament, so to speak. Got the Highbrider. Hyun Chung was another of the gamblers, I think, in Workshop Battle. Then Ilnak Rapal was the reporter character from the hotel arc. Immort, who is one of the slayers from the blog post. Hopefully we get to see Immort eventually. Yeah, Io from Workshop Battle. Jay is one of the servants of Kul Nassam K from the... I guess J and K got killed during...
So we got both of the floating heads are 0 votes, obviously. Makes sense completely to me. Yeah, honestly, again, still haven't seen anyone that surprised me more than Cosino. I think all of these are fair. And the only other surprise is that Grande Saw isn't in this list, in the zero vote, because I'd feel like people would definitely vote for Grande Lee and Grande Ja way more than Grande Saw. I don't expect them. I would be super surprised if Grande Saw got more than one vote. All right, let's look at
Last
the
station and didn't appear in season 3, I think, unless they did appear in season 3, in which case I guess they survived. I don't remember if they showed back up in season 3. I haven't read the first defensive wall in a bit. We have Juck, one of the big breeders from the Hidden Floor, JM, which was Hess's brother from the Name Hunt station, taken out by Novik. Then Ju Chun, which is one of the three lords again. I really hope we get to see the three lords
me too.
in the series itself. Ju Chun's a friend of Yurik Mazano and the child of Ari Han and a Tower native. Then we have Jowardin, not Jordan, but Jowardin, is another like Arku, another one of the regulars who were living at the mushroom place that Haku came from. Juglam Gote was one of the regulars, I think part of Royal Park's team. In the Revolution Road arc. Collar was the guy who was part of Yasracha's squadron.
Let's go. Sorry I'm late. This is this is a very pleasant surprise. Hey Haku, what's up? Okay, so because you're just joining, I'm going to tell you right now. I said how I like some of the people I voted for. I don't remember all of them. But it was basically Tramrai, Yidong, Cha, Hats. I voted for some, like, those are like the people I remember, White, stuff like that. I'll tell you what I'm surprised about so far in the zero. We're only in the zero vote. I'm surprised that Cosino didn't get any votes. And I'm equally as surprised that Grande Saw got apparently not 0 votes, because you said Grande Lee, Grande Ja, and Grande Saw's son. And apparently Grande Saw is not on this list of the 0 vote people. I am super surprised by that. I'd expect people to vote Grande Lee and Grande Ja a million times more than Grande Saw. Kim Lurker, actually, I just saw him. Interesting, even with season 2 coming out. I mean, Lurker's a scumbag, so I'd get why people wouldn't vote for him. But yeah, I spread out mine. Yeah, me too. I didn't vote for the same people many times. I kind of wanted to spread my votes out. But yeah, basically that. A lot for the regulars, but my top 3 are probably Joaquin, Luslik, and I forgot about Luslik. I did vote for Luslik too. And Han Sung. Definitely good. I don't think I voted for Han Sung, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, that's basically my surprises right now. Cosino is definitely a surprise, and yeah, other than that, I expected a lot of the Shinwei blog post characters, and kind of like background characters that like got like maybe one dialogue line or something, not to be very to be in the 0 vote.
Who, when Yama first gets,
I am seeing some Lopobia people in the bottom, which is interesting because we just came out of season 3. I'm very interesting that some Lopobias did not get a lot of votes. But there are also so many Lopobias that I guess they just got like, people just didn't vote for them that much.
It's like, so Collar shows up and he's telling Kal Rahim, who Kal Rahim's next.
Yeah. I remember. I wasn't surprised that Harpe and Rapid didn't get any votes, Haku. I honestly did not think any Shinwei were going to get any votes, except for like some of the unique ones. I honestly didn't expect any Shinwei to get any votes. The only ones that I could see getting some votes maybe are Finrail and some others, like obviously Enkidu is technically a Shinwei. Stuff like that, you know. Maybe what's his name, Leviathan, stuff like that. Lazy, yeah, like I just saw Lazy Al Gore. I didn't expect any of. Oh, and Cobalt. I honestly expect Cobalt to get some votes. But I don't. I honestly don't expect a lot of Shinwei to get a lot of votes.
Actually, Kal Rahim's the ruler of the wall that Cha was kept in, the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence. So Kal Rahim was being told by Collar, hey, you know, Yasracha's here to take out this wall, to take out the hero and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then Yama gets warped in and like insta-kills Collar, from what I remember. Katra was one of the...
This is also a game for me, Haku, to see how many of these characters I remember. And thankfully, very surprisingly, I'm able to remember a lot of them. Maybe not the names, but with the little screenshots he took of them, like the little things, I'm able to remember them. Like, I'm like, yeah, that's that guy, that's that guy, that's that guy. It's a little testing my knowledge of Tower God, which I like, and I'm glad I'm able to remember a lot of these characters.
People trying to free, one of the people trying to free Cha at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence. Katu was a member of Yama's gang who was killed in the past by Doom. Kehelman was...
True, I think you're really into the lore, so you'll probably know a lot. Yeah. Just, you know, that's just what you get after spending literal, I want to say thousands of hours in the wiki, even before I made this channel. So if you thought I was in the wiki before I made this channel, oh my goodness. Yeah. But it's you know, we do what we can out here. It's funny how the results video turned into me explaining every character from memory. You know what, Haku? It'd be fun to do it'd be fun to have like a Jeopardy between like a Tower God Jeopardy between like I feel like you, man, if I prepare for it, I don't know how good I'd be against Joe. I think I'd beat Joe in like characters, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like a Jeopardy be like I don't know if like I don't know who to make the Jeopardy, but I feel like it'd be crazy between all the like the people that really know Tower God. Um that'll be I feel like I'd get competitive though. I don't know, that should be a good thing.
I think one of the guards of the wall where Cha was sealed, the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, Kel, Yule's partner, we haven't seen too much. I always called him Discount Bottas in all of my reactions. We got Kasa, the other big head guy. We saw this guy in season 3. Kulnasam K, one of the, I guess...
Oh, I just saw one, Haku, that you probably were somewhat upset about. You got, the Dugon writer did not get any votes, did not get any love in this poll. Oh man. Louis didn't get any votes. Interesting. I'd honestly think Louis was gonna get one vote due to his speech, but I guess that was like in the beginning of season 3. Maybe people don't remember it that much, but I feel like that was a very standout moment that people would remember. Interesting.
He's a division vice commander. He's the first division vice commander of the 4th Army Squadron. Then there's the Kun from Amazu Flashback A and Kun from Amazu Flashback B. So when Edwan first shows up, he has 2 Kuns with him. We know that some families started their family making earlier than others. So Kun already had 2 adult children by the time of Traumare's party. And these 2 show up with Edwan.
I think at the blog post it was somewhat hinted that some families, they weren't considered the Tengri families, but some family heads had children before they even finished their climb. And then their children started climbing the tower at the same time the family heads were climbing the tower. Which I don't know with the current lore of Tower God, with all the like the Guardian test and Administrator test works that well anymore. But maybe the tests were like administered by the workshop or whatever. But I feel like that was like implied in the lore of Tower God, that the children of the Tengrid family heads were climbing the tower at the same time that the families, the heads, were climbing in the past.
And that's kind of all we know about them. I wonder, again, they have to be extremely old. You would
Yeah,
think they have to
they
be
would have
some
to
of
be.
Edwan's first children. So it makes me wonder if we will see more of these two in the future when we get into Kun family stuff. We have
Interesting.
Kun Masheni, the mother. So Kun
The
Masheni is
mother.
one of Kun Edwan's wives and the
Yeah.
mother of both Kun Masheni Zahard and Ron. We don't know if Kun Masheni Zahard's named after her mom or if she, like when you start climbing the tower, when you become a regular, you get to enter in a name. So
Yeah.
you can like enter in whatever name you want when you
It's like
start
a
climbing as a
username,
regular.
basically.
So we don't know if Masheni's named after her mom or if she just took her mom's name when she started climbing. But either way, this is the wife of Edwan.
Yeah, I think some blog posts said some were born during the climb, and the MFLU flashback didn't go into that far. It didn't go into that far, but I think that some started establishing their families before others. Yeah, definitely. I think that's like implied heavily that some of them started way before, but I think some of them, like I think the twins of the Ha family, were born during the climb, and they started climbing while the family heads were climbing. Um, it just goes to show you how long the climb really was, the original climb really was, that it took that, you know, that even the family children's like got old and climbed the tower and stuff like that. Um, how many people are inside the tower? We do not know, but there are definitely millions upon maybe. Uh, compared to Earth, I don't actually know if there would be billions of people in the tower. Probably. I mean, the tower is like 11 times bigger than Earth. So I would assume like billions of people in the tower. I don't actually know, but interesting thing to go into.
And the mother of Masheni and Ron, because Masheni and Ron are full siblings with each other and half siblings to like Maria, Aguero,
Yeah.
all the others.
Each
Kim
floor
Lurker
society of the
Koer was
Americas,
called the
and there are
chairman. He was a descendant
millions
of
of
the
regulars.
king
Oops.
of the people that got put in the
Even
Wall
the
with the
regulars are
Sleeping
special
Forget-Me-Not. They
cases.
called him
Yeah,
chairman
definitely.
of the Wall with the Sleeping Forget-Me-Not. You have Kone, one of the regulars from season 1. Kong, one of the regulars from Last Station. I keep forgetting Last Station. I keep tripping myself up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Kronka is the
Madarako. I'm not surprised, but it's interesting. We also got May, Max, and yeah, we have May, Max, May, and I'm guessing Mad. I don't know where Mad. Oh yeah, there's Mad. Yeah, super interesting characters like the children of Mixeth. But again, blog post characters, expected them not to make it. Um, but I really want to see them either way. All the blog post characters are super interesting. I want to meet all of them really. And I've made a lot of AI art for I feel like almost every single blog post character that we've got so far. I made a lot of them. But yeah, I say made, it's AI art. I wrote it and then it made it for me. Uh, so yeah, Madarako is interesting, but I also it's kind of like Lurker. He's not really a likable character, so I guess that's why, you know.
somebody it feels demeaning to say servant of Garam, friend of Garam, and they were roommates. Kronka's doing something with Garam.
And they were
Then we
roommates.
have Lazy Elgor. You got Li Sowa, which was the son of Li Jiawoon, who was the person who's in charge of the last station. You got Li Ron 3, one of the members of
Yeah, I still hope we see them, except for Arya Honja. You said that in the video earlier. She's probably not happening. Yeah, it was interesting to see like to in the blog post to read that she was the first princess of Jihad, and that's like for me when I first read that I was like, oh, the Arya family is like the most loyal family to Jihad, Han. servitude, did like eternal servitude after losing to Jihad. So like, of course, the first princess would be from the Arya family, which, you know, I don't think, again, with the lore, like you said, Haku in the video, I don't think adds up anymore, but still super interesting.
One of the regulars during the early parts of season 1,
What if I don't know the
Leg, who
exit?
was another of the
I honestly
regulars
think he does
competing
probably know the exit of
in
the
the
tower.
Battle X Gamble portion of Workshop Battle. I think he was in the same like round as Bulgasario. Those two were introduced together. You got Lopobia Didiano, Lopobia Fights,
so too,
Lopobia Keruru, the Dugong Rider, Lopobia Meyer, Lopobia Porp, who was the one sent to like the auction to buy a lane
I love
back
his name.
during the name hunt station and everything. Lopobia Tump, Lopobia Umtiti, Lopobia Wiwi. Looks like being around in the recent.
I read some interesting thing about Porp actually probably being from the branch family of Robodon, which we don't actually know like fully if Robodon's like a family head, like a branch head. I'd assume he is. Like I'd assume Kirin and him are technically branch heads to some extent, and because of his mask, that kind of looks like a feline, like a lion, and we know like that Shilio. What's the shit? It was Lilio. It was Lilio's Shinwei that was like a female type, a female lion. So I've heard some interesting theories that he's from Lilio's like family or whatever.
Recent arc just did not help them. I guess Umtiti wasn't really around. Lopobia Yorari, who was the head of the Snake Branch currently. Don't know if they survived the issue, the things that happened in the nest or not. Lopobia Urayo.
The thing is that Urari, I don't actually think he was a snake. I think that he was just using it to like communicate from a long distance away. So I think Urari wasn't even in the nest thing, like physically there. Like I thought that little snake was just like his little avatar that he sent out. So I think Urari is still technically alive somewhere else, like distant, probably in like the Lopobio ship.
Who was good at one thing, which was stopping REA swordsmanship, and was taken out by REA swordsmanship. Failed at the one thing that they were supposedly meant to do.
Failed at the
you
one
got
thing.
Louis here, Luca, who was one of Kanhong's friends, I guess, from the cage. Lulu, who was one of the 10 bosses, taken out by Sachi. Then you have Mad.
I've been thinking lately that Tramrai likely had 23 direct children to form the original branches. Yeah, makes sense to me. Every branch leader we see now is either a direct child or descendant of one. Interesting. I always saw, just because, you know, we don't have any inclination that he isn't, I always saw Urari as the same 8th son of Lopobia who was from Genesis. Just because we also have a lot of other characters from Genesis, I'm like, why wouldn't they just be that? Like we saw, like Boric is from Genesis. Like we have a lot of characters from Genesis that were still alive in the current day story. So I'm like, why isn't Urari? Why is this? Just make it easier. Urari is also the same 8th son that we saw in Doan's flashback. I think that would just make sense. So yeah, that's just my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, Lulu was taken out by Sachi. JM wasn't one of the 10 bosses, but he was taken out by Novik. And then Variel Vani was taken out by Huarien.
There's a lot
then Mad, which is one of the children of Mixeth. In the blog post, Mixeth has 5 children that we know of. There's Flux, who became one of the 3 lords of Zahard. And then there's
I don't think I've ever seen your opinion of this. Out of the 3 lords, which one? Because I want all of them to be actual real thing, which, going with the way the story has been set up, I don't know if it's still a thing. But the 3 lords, which out of the 3 lords are you the most excited to see? Because in my rank, I think Yo-Chun is the least, the one I least want to see. Not because he's not interesting, he's super interesting, but I think just because, you know, I think the others are just more interesting. I think I honestly think Flux is the one I want to see the most, just because I think he, just the vibe I get from him, like the magician, the AI. I don't expect him to look like a person. I expect him to like look like a robot, kind of like a digital person. Um, I think Flux is the one, and then Malik, uh, Malik PGR. I think um, is the one, like the second, like the middle one. I'm super interested to see him, and how like strong he is, because he's apparently really strong. But other than that, the most one I'm interested in is Flux.
There's Mad, Max, Mai, and May.
Sorry, I literally just started to pause again. I just saw Pan, and I feel so bad for him. The ranker Pan, just because he's just because he was crapped on by the entirety of all the rankers that after what happened to Bomb, but and he also got crapped on by the community now by getting 0 votes. But also makes sense. The Mirror of the Past. I didn't even know you had the Mirror of the Past as a character. Pedro didn't get any votes.
So you see all of the rest of them also not getting votes. You have Maddox here. He was the one who did the experiment on Poryong and
I think
Kasano,
they have some of the coolest
there.
stories.
We see May also down below. We have Max and May as well, or Mai. Then we have Magix, who was a member of, I guess he's a member of Wall Hike Song. He was running the place where everybody stayed at after the workshop battle ended. Marte, the octopus woman, one of the 10 bosses, taken out by Dorothy. Then Masha was one of the regulars who was in the final tournament of the workshop battle. Masha and Paul Belkron were the ones who fought Rack and Yiwa, I believe. Then McCage, it's funny, McCage, the least active member of Yusracha's army corps, despite being like the number 2 to Yusracha. Medley, but
technically he was the most active. if you kind of think about it, he was kind of like the most active in that game. He had to be. He was doing all the lighthouse work for like the overall game. I know what you mean though. It's really funny because the least one that we knew about, but comparatively to the other ones just had to like go off and fight someone. He had to like run the whole operation with like the whole game thing, which is funny. But yeah, obviously the least developed member of the Yusracha's forces.
Otis's daughter from the Hidden Floor, Mirror of the Past, also from Hidden Floor. Misabichi, one of the, I guess, 2nd Division members of the army from Last Station. Mia, one of the gamblers from
something I just got sad about. I just kept seeing more. I'm actually a little surprised Richmond didn't get any votes. Not by that much though. We got Pondo, but one that I'm actually super surprised and a little sad that didn't get any votes is Pollock. I love Pollock so much. Man, I really wanted Pollock to get some votes. I just like maybe 2 votes or something, but I really wanted Pollock to get some votes. I just love the idea of Pollock coming out to face White and sending him flying 100 miles away.
Gamblers from Workshop Battle, and also had that scene with, I think it's Kuhn during the final tournament where she's a snake lady and everything. Yeah. Moguri, I mentioned earlier, was mentioned alongside Alex when they were introduced, regulars during the Last Station. Navigator here, also a regular during the Last Station. Mm-hmm. Myan not getting any votes. Poor Myan was Paul's creature that Paul and Shalulu and stuff used for transportation.
Myan
Noma,
was super helpful.
Was the test director for the Flower of Zygena arc. Nyono Wan, who was, I think, the 4th Division commander of the 4th Squadron, 4th Corps, whatever.
I think
I think they're the 4th.
Was he the 4th and the 3rd?
I feel like I've gotten Kunhin Luck, Popodal Liboric Kun, Coolness Amke. I feel like I've mixed up those names a little bit here, so I'm sorry if I did. I'm probably misspeaking a lot. But I'll only know that when I cringe at it when I'm editing. So Nyono Wan was, I think, the 4th Division, and Kun Hindluck was the 3rd. The 2nd.
Pollock's well is a really cool weapon. Super amazingly cool weapon. And I just love the idea of Pollock And his backstory of like the 100 chickens or something. No, not the 100. It's like his master, his ancient master is like a chicken fanatic, which I know is like a joke, like a Korean joke. But when I first read it, I really thought that his old master was like a Gus Gus or something in the past, which I think is just really funny.
Being Chon-hee and first being Ari Bright Sharon. Octopus Kim was a character from The Hidden Floor. Pan was the test ranker that Bomb fought right before the nest. The party guest was swirly blonde hair. There are 4 unnamed party guests that I added to this. There's the one with the swirly blonde hair and the one who looked...
You thought he was the 4th because you thought we never said the 3rd one in Last Station. Yeah, and technically he was never at the Last Station. He was with Colavan, but I'm pretty sure he was the 3rd division. And I can't remember the 4th, if we ever did get a 4th one. But I don't remember. But yeah, he was, I think, pretty sure he was the 3rd one. He's the 3rd division of the squadron.
Looks kind of like Elaine, because those two had a panel focusing on them, and I think they were sitting with other family heads when we got that panel. There's the one with red hair, just because everybody was making like theories of, oh, is that a Red Witch guide? Is that actually Robert Yonan? She's actually super old. Is that actually
interesting?
Blossom? I don't know that any of those are true. I mean, she could be a Red Witch, but you know, I only put in those 4 just because they were sort of notable. And also, I didn't mention the one that was with Edwan sitting with all the family heads, just because, again, she was sitting with the family heads. Probably not anybody important, but who knows. Paul Belkron, I mentioned earlier, fought Rakan Yua. Then we have Pedro, the Death Eye.
You're right. Kunheim was the 4th. Got it. Yeah, but we didn't see them at the Last Station. That's why I was mixing it up and I couldn't remember.
Fama Morsetto, who is one of the Slayers who's been mentioned but not seen. Person who might be Akraptor's daughter. Kind of surprising that nobody voted for them a little bit. The pink girl from Name Hunt Station. We didn't get a name for her, but she's kind of around a lot in Name Hunt Station. She infiltrates the place at the end.
Definitely not.
With Ron and Shia and Dan. The Pobadao Book Police. No votes for the Book Police. Pobadao Enver. Pobadao Erno.
Yeah, the Book Police is funny. But the I love some of the names that you given the random characters that we don't have names for. Like I laughed a lot of like the ancient Blastoise. And I forgot you put the Scales of Judgment, which it's true. He is technically a being, but like wow, I forgot you put the Scales of Judgment. He's super interesting though. The guardian of the Scales of Judgment.
Pobadao Richemont, Pobadao Varan. I think, a lot of people would say the Lopobia won the...
Actually, interesting. I don't know if you've ever heard this theory, Haku, but I actually do think the Scales of Judgment, because the Scales of Judgment were created by the workshop, and I have a theory that like the workshop I made a video about it before, which I think is one of my favorite videos for Halloween, that the workshop uses the segregation drug to take powers from the administrators or the guardians or whatever, and that's how they create demons in the tower, right? And that's what demons are. They're pieces of the administrator, and that's why in Nessa you said the Blue Theresa is a fake being, and compared to the Red Theresa, who would be more a natural like demon or whatever, because it wasn't through science. The Red Theresa naturally became just a piece of the administrator after he got killed. So I think the Scales of Judgment, because of the fire design that we have seen from all other types of demons, is also a demon that was made by the workshop and put into this item. So I think the Scales of Judgment is a type of demon, which is very interesting. Just because of his design with the blue fire type of design that we have seen from other demons. Yeah, demons and devils are still so mysterious. Yeah, but I like the theory that the scales of judgment is because he's from the workshop and all that stuff. We've seen a lot of demons from the workshop. That he's also another demon from the workshop that was created by them.
Won the war that happened, but the Popadao, I think, lost in terms of popularity. So you got Pollock there as well, which is
Definitely.
the Shinheo of Dorian Frog. I always have to remember Dorian, not Damien. Polo was one of the regulars introduced in last.
You know, I have made that mistake sometimes, and whenever I go reread Tower of God, I'm always whenever I get to last station, I'm like, yo, Dorian Frog, and it's like I don't know why. Sometimes I just think I'm like, damn, Dorian Frog. That's a cool callback. I don't know why I say cool callback to Tower and Gods. I don't know why in my head I say that, but I'm like that doesn't make any. That's no. Dorian Frog came first, and then Damien is because Dorian Frog. That's so funny to me. But yeah, I do get that mistakes a lot. Joe's made an amazing series with Towering Gods, and I'm super glad I'm capped back up.
Station, I think. Pompido or Hongjo was a member of Bero Bero's team, got killed by Angel. R.I.P. Pompido / Hongjo. Pondo Zahard is also here. We see Rebecca Pon Zahard.
Yeah.
Two of the princesses mentioned in the...
Yo, you know one I'm actually super sad about because his lore is honestly, real speaking, out of any of the lore characters we got, out of Pondo, Rebecca, whichever one, even like the Slayers and Robert's backstory in the lore is the sickest backstory we have ever gotten from a blog post character. It's so detailed and so just this man Robert. I actually hope so much that he's still a part of the story, still canon, because his backstory is so detailed and he's just a badass. He's like, even if he's probably the weakest person in the room. He's not a ranker, high ranker, regular. He's never fought a day in his life. He can stand up to high rankers. That's sick. That's such a cool thing. And he's the like ranked question mark. It's so funny. And I love the lore of Robert. And technically his icon makes sense. He's ranked question mark. But yeah, it's just yeah, so cool. I love Robert so much. And he's one of the characters I seriously want to see in the story.
Eurasia N incident. So the whole thing that happened with the Eurasia N incident was that a team of 4 princesses was sent and captured her, and 2 of the 4 died. So there was Pondo Zahard, Rebecca Pon Zahard, Uni Zahard, and Kun Masheni Zahard. So Kun Masheni and Pondo survived and became famous because of it, and Rebecca Pon Zahard and Uni Zahard died during the capture of Eurasia N. I think that's a part of the reason why Masheni is ranked in the top 100, is because of her being a part of the team that captured Eurasia N. Pondo, if we ever see her again, lore. Maybe she'll have a name change, who knows, but I think she will also kind of be another famous princess. And then Rebecca Pon and Uni died. We're probably not going to see them unless we get a full flashback to the Eurasia N incident, which we might. We could get. We'll have to wait and see. And then also, of course, it's like, whoa, Eurasia N was stopped by Pondo and Masheni. There is also, a rumor that Haste Zahard and Zahard himself intervened. Yeah. So again, I don't think we would have been told, hey, there's a rumor this thing happened if it didn't actually happen. So I think that when we do, if we...
Yeah, and I think it makes the most sense if Jihad himself came down to personally stop and Jihad, and the other princesses were more like just keeping Anne there. I think that makes a lot more sense. And yeah, like you said, I don't know why there would be a quote unquote rumor in a blog post if it wasn't actually true.
We do get more info on it, and if it is as things were explained to us, then Zahard himself and Haste Zahard will probably be involved. Powler is another member of the 2nd Division, I guess, of the 1st or 4th Army Corps that was introduced in Last Station. And, one of those many ones that were probably just one shot by White at the beginning of the arc. Purple Eye Brothers were regulars from the Last Station that were taken out by Misang. I already mentioned Rebecca Ponzahard.
I love that moment for
another
Misang,
of the regulars taken out by Bomb, I think, during the Last Station. Red Greymon was another regular who was around a lot during Name Hunt Station and was part of the group, like with Bomb and Coon, who went into the place at the very beginning.
Wow, I forgot about that.
To go confront Elaine. Then you got Red Guy, Five Eyes. You have.
I didn't forget about that, but I forgot that we had a picture of him before he wore like the mask under him, because I just remember him from the fight with Bomb, Coon and him watching Bomb's fight with Elaine, and he had like a mask over his face. And you can just like see the horns and like his eyes and whatever. Man, I forgot that we saw him before wearing the mask. We also got Redbeard, the only character before Robodon to have a beard.
Ridong, who was part of Team Mad Dog, I think. Ridong and Vivi Olga, I think, were often seen together. And were either taken out by Wariyun, maybe when Wariyun was still pretending to be Yuto, or they were taken out by Horyang and Novik when Horyang and Novik were going on the bomb rescue mission during Workshop Battle. One of those two things. I don't remember if it was Wariyun or if it was Novik and Horyang. Robert Isand is one of, and you see Tommy down here as well. Robert Isand and Tommy in the blog posts are the people that are kind of in charge of the ranking administration office. So when it comes to how characters are ranked, how the rankings go, Robert Isand and Tommy are part of the ranking administration office.
Again, yeah, Tommy and Robert are literally one of my favorite lore characters, just because of how detailed that lore that SAU gave was. Because normally when he gives lore about the characters, it's like maybe if we get lucky, it's like a few sentences, and for most times we just get a name. But that was so detailed, and I remember reading that in the wiki, and I was like, damn, that's so cool. But yeah.
Then you have Rasatani, Egil, who is a regular from the Revolution Road arc. Rodney, who is another of the gamblers from Workshop Battle. Roland was a member of Yama's gang, and I think Roland was killed by Gato when Gato revealed that he was a traitor. Then Rose/D, Bottas's wife. Royal Park was one of the team leaders, one of the regulars during Revolution Road. Loziel from Season 1. Ryuan was the friend, and they were roommates of Lisa Young during the Last Station. Sanchez was the most prolific.
I love how you, very much so, Haku, with me. My biggest thing with the internet was Vine, 100%. So I love the constant callbacks to, and they were roommates.
By far of Heljo's minions. He was around for almost all of the arc, messing around with the princesses and stuff. Then Scale of Judgment, we just saw recently. Seraphim, Shadow Fox, which was Alphine's creature. Shakul, which was a member of the 1st Division of the 4th Army Corps, taken out by Evan Kell, probably killed.
Yeah.
Sophia Amae, who was
killed.
the sort of researcher and semi-foster mother. It's giving her way too much credit to call her that, of Horyang and Kasano.
It's a little too much.
Then you have the Soul Devourer from the Floor of Death song, also from the Floor of Death. The Tacky Salesman, who was trying to sell his stuff to Hugo, and Hugo's like, no, it's all tacky. And he's like, fine, well, guess what? I have Kirin troops in my ship. So that's what happened with the Tacky Salesman. You got Tall Guy with Rachel. We never got a name for this guy. He's a kind of really weird inclusion to the story. It feels like we really didn't need this guy to exist unless we're going to see him again. And I don't know if we are. Taro York from the Hidden Grove.
The Pobedao.
Tib, who was the one who was like, open up, Kane. We're gonna gonna arrest you. And Kane's like, come on, Teb. Really? We're doing this, Teb. So that was Teb from the Wall with the Sleeping Forget.
That guy, the tall guy with Rachel, I was literally only there his only purpose was to be killed by Enkidu, to show, oh look, this guy's a ranker. Enkidu killed a ranker. Wow. I swear that was his only purpose.
Forget me not. Tibo and Rebo fought Wangnan in the workshop battle. Tinker Roche is the 9S, I guess, part of the detached division of the 4th Army.
Interesting. Actually, and now I have another character that two characters that I'm like, whoa, they didn't actually get a vote. One is Varagov, right? But even Varagov does not compare to the level of surprise I just got right now. Because I just saw Varagov and I was like, oh yeah, that's interesting that he didn't get a single vote. But the one that I saw while looking at Varagov, I kind of looked, Traveler didn't get a vote. There's so many Traveler meme guys, like Travelers, Enryu, Travelers. I thought people were gonna vote for Traveler. That's so interesting to me. I really thought Traveler was gonna get votes.
Tinker Yolche and Tinker Roche kind of have this 2B9S vibe to their designs, and Roche is the 9S in that pairing. Then you got Tochi, who was the teammate of Bero Bero, and Irure, who was taken out by Joaquin completely. Oh no, he wasn't killed by Joaquin. He was killed by Elliot, right? Elliot bifurcated him. Then Tommy, I already mentioned. Toro was part of the Hidden Grove, and I think he had to give his life in order for Cha to be freed, much like Kane had to give her memories for Dewan to be freed.
Yeah,
Toro's Croc, his big green Croc, cool. Killed.
Toro's cool, and it's interesting to see how much he aged, if he even aged at all. Because honestly, you think just because he looks old, he's aged that much, but we never actually saw him without the mask in Genesis, so he might have just looked always that old. But I think he did age like a fair deal. But it's just interesting because none of the other people from Genesis aged. Like Boric still looks exactly the same. Like none of them aged that physically. Maybe just because he doesn't have that good of Shinsu control. He's like a spear bearer. Maybe that's why, but who knows? It's very interesting. Makes sense. Meme power does not equivalent popularity. Also high. Hello. Yeah. But I just like us, because you get to vote multiple times, and like for multiple days, right? I was sure that one of them would just be like, "How I'm just gonna put one vote for Traveler or something." I thought multiple people were gonna do that, but you know what? I thought that's just what I thought.
Noobles, but hey, Noobles got the last laugh, it looks like. Then we have Traveler here. Traveler getting 0 votes. Not surprising, even though he showed up in the anime. I guess, you know what, a little bit surprising? It's surprising that it feels like...
I feel like Labari could honestly be Gusting's oldest child we know of. One of them, definitely. 100% one of them.
Somebody would like Traveler,
from
right?
The first generation.
It feels like somebody would like the guy. The treasure eating Stingray, the Minazuki itself. Then we have Trio, another of the regulars, I guess. Maybe Trio was like a triple form of Tibo and Rebo. Another of the regulars introduced to us at the beginning of Last Station. I don't remember if we even ever saw him again. The unnamed division commander with 3 mouths, taken out off screen by Karaka and Doan during the nest. The unnamed division commander with dark skin. Actually, he was the most hyped up of those division commanders working for Liboric. He had... He kind of did a little bit during that arc.
He did do
not as much as you would have thought he did for how much they tried to hype him up, but he did enough that I think if he was given a name, I think he would have done kind of well.
Yeah,
like honestly. I think people would have liked him, voted for him if he had a name, because I think he did enough that people would have just remembered.
I honestly do think we're gonna. I actually do think we're gonna see some of him with Liboric, because he's kind of like the only one left of Liboric's crew. I think we're going to see more of him with Liboric later down the line, especially with the whole last chapter of season 3 with the Liboric 3rd division reveal thing. Goodbye, Sky Dragon.
Remembered him. The unnamed Machini ally who freed Highbrider, we never learned who this was. I kind of thought it might have been Maria. We might get that reveal in the future. As of yet, no idea if it's Maria or not, or no confirmation, but may or may not have been Maria. Then we have Unos, Vanquish, Varagarv, Variel Vani, the key man, who was one of the 10 bosses taken out by Huarian, then Venti, then Vice Altar Director, Walcott, Wangnan's mom, surprise, no votes here, Water Jelly, no votes for Water Jelly, and Wei.
I kind of skimmed over that, but yeah, I also think the unnamed Machini ally who freed the Highbrider is Maria, just because Maria kind of has a relationship with Machini, and her team is like sponsored by Machini, kind of. So I think that's the one that makes the most sense, because it's like it is a female coon that we saw free the Highbrider.
Who was the other servant of Kulnasam K, and I kind of thought while making these results, I was like, is it supposed to be Y instead of Wei? Because you have J and you have K, and those are letters. Is he supposed to be Y? Instead of Wei, is he supposed to be Y this entire time? Like W-I? White Steel Eel here. Yadu, who was the creature that Garam rode around on. That was Garam's creature. Then Yunwoon, who, you know, sad, no Yunwoon voters. Youngsuk, who's Yogurt Auntie. Yo Kim is...
Yo, if I could give negative votes, I would put all my negative votes to Yunwoon. Yunwoon is... I get angry when I think about Yunwoon. Not actually, just a joke. But Yunwoon is so dumb. And I have no sympathy for Yunwoon. If I could give negative votes, I would give them to Yunwoon. Do you remember Yokum? Oh wait, let me. Oh God, is that for you guys? It's like very clear, like what I'm looking at, but for me, it's kind of like because I just zoomed it in. Yokum. I do remember Yokum. I do. I just needed to see the picture. I do remember Yokum. He's the guardian of the Hell Train. One of them. He's one of the guardians of the Hell Train that Bomb fought. He had a really cool fight with Bomb. He did the bending spear technique. Bomb beat him. But it was kind of like, oh, Bomb needs to change to beat Joaquin. I do remember Yokum. Just a test. Don't worry. Yo, Haku, test me out. That's so fun. You can test me if you want me to. I want to see how...
is like one of the guardians or whatever on the Hell Train. I'm pretty sure it goes something like... they're like, okay, we got to fight Yokim. And Bora's like, well, time to get this over with. And Sachi holds him back and is like, no, Bomb has to do it on his own if he's going to be strong enough to beat Joaquin. So then Bomb has to fight Yokim by himself. Yolker, who was the head...
I've gone back to read that fight with Yokim and Bomb. It's actually super well choreographed and really cool. I think if the art was a bit better at that point of the story, I think it'd be a really... like it would elevate it even more, because the choreography is really good.
Head of the detached division or whatever of the 4th Army Corps under Calavan, got his fingers chopped off by White. Yubukdol, who was the spear bearer teacher for the 2nd floor. Yulia, who was a princess candidate who had something like, you know, Reflejo at least looked at her, and then Reflejo's whole family, tribe, whatever.
And it's also when we saw the first time, although Webtoon messed it up, where we saw like the symbol of the except for the blog post, the symbol of the Pobedao family on a shirt of one of the guards that blinded Reflejo. That was with Julia.
Were killed, and the people that killed his tribe or family or whatever were wearing Pobedao family symbols. So I kind of thought about saying Pobedao Yulia Zahard, but like she's probably Pobedao, but we don't have the hardest of hard confirmation. And also, she was a princess candidate. We don't know if she actually became a princess. But the fact that she was a princess candidate, and from the Pobedao most likely, means that she would have been pre-Eurasia N.
Yeah.
Jung Chang-soo was one of... Hold on, can you even see these on screen? Yeah, except for the last one.
I think it's interesting you brought that up. She was a princess candidate. I actually think Yulia was one of the princess candidates that was going up against Anjahad, and beat Julia, like beat all the rest of the candidates and became a princess. And Julia was one of those candidates that got beaten by An. That's how I kind of saw it. That's kind of the way I make sense of that whole thing of the Pobedao and the princess stuff.
Jung Chang-soo was one of the teammates of Waryun in the Crown game. Then Uni Sona was another of the regulars from the last station. Uni Zahard, I mentioned earlier, died during the Eurasia N capture mission. Yuram Zahard was the sister of Guram Zahard, who went insane after igniting 2 of the 13-month series at the same time. And then Guram had to put her down, so to speak. And then we've got Yuryu, who was another of the members of I thought with this design, Yuryu would actually be a character, but was actually another of the 2nd division characters.
I think of Yuryu, I always think of Yuryu, and for some reason I always think of Goku just because of his color scheme of orange and blue and all that stuff. He had a really cool observer that was like a string, and he used that with his weapon. I thought that was really sick. But he got killed immediately by Karaka, so
got taken out by White at the beginning of last station. And then lastly, let me figure out how to make it so you can see this. Okay, lastly is Yuto, the real Yuto, not the Waryun pretending to be Yuto, who is in the arc for just a teeny bit. So there's a while there where Waryun is with Kun's team, and then Yuto is with Team FUG, Bomb's team. So unless Waryun can be in the same place at two times, then that was the real Yuto that was with Bomb's team for a little while. But then by the time that Yuto fights against Vespa, we see the red hair in there. So by that time, Waryun was probably already in Yuto's place. So
although I think it was stated that wasn't Yuto, the real Yuto, also a Red Witch? I thought that was said somewhere. I'm pretty sure that was said somewhere that the Yuto was also a Red Witch. Like the real one. So I don't know. Although obviously I do agree with you that by that point it was switched. But I think Yuto was also a Red Witch.
So pre-Waryun taking Yuto's place, Yuto. And now that we've all been through that marathon, some of you might have even forgotten what this video is about, but in 253rd place, we have the One Vote Gang. Finally on One Vote Gang, finally.
Yeah, finally.
We have Akranak here, Alumek Edrock, the REA Bandage guy I mentioned before, REA Hagaferion Zahard, Avto.
The One Vote Gang is always the weirdest one for me, because I'm like, who? Somebody actually, because the 0 vote ones are more like, oh, surprising no one voted for these people, because you think somebody voted for them. But the 1 vote gang are the weirdest ones to me, because I'm like, I look at some of these characters and I'm like, really? Somebody really voted for them? That I think the 1 vote gang are always the weirdest to me, because I'm just like, really? Somebody voted for them that much? Yeah, so Fanreal got a vote. Avto got a vote. God, H23 got a vote. I'm so like towering god coded. I see H23 and I'm like, I think of H1 and H4 and all those people. We got the Grey Wolf. We got Grande Saw. There you go. We got Gran Abuelo. Really love Grand Abuelo. Such a cool Shinwei. The God of Guardians got 1 vote. Interesting. I thought he got like 2, because I just think he's a cool design. Kanzon only got 1 vote. Batiz only got 1 vote. Akronag, Alumic. I really surprised the RE Bandage guy got a vote. I think somebody just thinks that he's gonna be like the Dumas of the REA family. Arya Harafarion Jihad got 1 vote. Hans Jihad. Heisei. Yeah. Just checked. No notes on Yuto being a red witch mentioned, but it is confirmed that the real Yuto is also a woman, and SAU said in a blog post that we would see the real Yuto in a story. Really, I don't know where I got the information that she was also a red witch from, because I feel like that's such like a thing in my mind, like that when you said it, or when like you didn't mention it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that that was like a thing at some point. Also, who voted for Davy? I'm sorry, I just got really distracted. I just looked at straight into my screen and I saw Davy there. Who the hell voted for Davy? Who are you? And you should feel ashamed for yourself for doing that. Oops. It's also interesting seeing the Shinwei that did get a 1 vote, like the Chupacabra. I think that's interesting. I really like the Chupacabra, the Gran Abuelo, Grey Wolf, and Fenrir. I thought Fenrir was going to get more votes than the Grey Wolf, but I guess they just got equal amounts of votes. Somebody voted for Icarus. Not too surprising. She's super interesting lore that we got about Icarus. Kendrick Deal. I'm surprised Kendrick Deal actually got a vote. Somebody probably just liked him sitting on his chair the whole time. Hey, Groban. I actually always thought Groban's design was so cool.
Batis, Bero, Sworn Enemy, Kanzone, Chung Chung from Season 1, Chupacabra, Death Lady, Devi, Dobo, Dragon, who was one of the quest...
Kuhn's sister got a vote. Interesting. I wonder if somebody voted for her thinking that was Maria. And they just didn't see Maria. And so, but then they just asked Kuhn's sister and they thought that it was Maria. We got Knife. I forgot his name was just Knife. Little Young Lobi. We got Lobi. Love. Somebody loves Lobi. Yeah, some of these are interesting. Yeah, the 1 vote people are super interesting.
Givers for Hidden Floor. Now we're getting into characters that I probably won't have to describe because you'll probably remember them. Fenrir, the God of Guardians, Gunter, who was one of the... Surprised Gunter didn't get more votes. I'm very pleased with you all that he didn't get more. One of the gamblers, I think, in Workshop Battle. Gran Abuelo, Grandesa getting 1 vote.
Isn't there a character in... There is a character in... Or if maybe I'm just forgetting, but it isn't one of the regulars from the 2nd floor. His name is just Goon, right? I'm pretty sure because I remember making the video ranking all the 2nd floor regulars a long time ago by now. And I'm pretty sure I laughed at his name because his name was just Goon. He was the guy who fought against Rack in the anime. Like was fist fighting him or something and he got knocked away or whatever. Yep, yeah, his name is just Goon. That's as soon as I saw Gunter. I wonder if he got more votes than Gunter.
Vote out of all of this. The Grey Wolf, so right there below Fenrir. Then we have Groban, one of the...
Well, this is in alphabetical order. So he must have gotten more votes than Gunter because there's it's already gone with the G's.
The members of Team Mad Dog during the Workshop Battle. H-23, one of the members of the 2nd Division of the 4th Army Corps. Ha Chai, who trained Bomb over the time skip for a bit for him to activate Zero or whatever. Haste the Heart, I mentioned before.
Yeah.
Was a princess who was
the clown game.
Like the only known princess to be offered a 13-month and turn it down, and that will probably have something to do with the Eurasian incident, but we'll see. You got Hess the Dirt Man, was one of the 10 bosses in the Name Hunt Station. Hong Chunhua, one of Bomb's teammates.
You know what? I'm surprised. Miss Strawberry and Miss Strawberry's partner got the same amount of votes. I honestly didn't expect Miss Strawberry's partner to get the same amount of votes as Miss Strawberry. Malik 1 PGR is definitely interesting that he's one of the lore characters that got a vote, but it makes sense because he's like ranked 12 or something in the tower. Mule, Pokin got a vote. That's interesting. R's brother got a vote. R and R's brother got a vote. Quadrado got a vote. Interesting. I love the lore of Quadrado, and I think he's really cool.
Who again passed with the rest of the team in season 1 and then just wasn't seen again, has one of the 7 sacred swords, would love to see that come into play again. You got Icarus, who I don't know if Icarus will be an actual character or not, you know? But either way, it was an option. Jong, I think, is another one of the test givers, like the quest givers during the Hidden Floor. Kendrick Deal, Kelhelm's Tree Buffalo, Kuhn's sister, his actual sister, who we have this little panel of.
Now that you say that, Haku, I think so. I think Miss Ice Strawberry may be the only actual Eurasia, aside from Eurasia Blossom, and of course Anjad, to be a direct, to be the impressive timeline, to be the only Eurasia. It's an interesting thought to think about. I also just saw the Red Theresa. Sorry, I don't know why. Like, there's like some gas in my. The Red Theresa, Prometheus. I forgot. I didn't know you put Prometheus on this list. From Prometheus got a vote.
Knife, another of the random army members from the last station. Kukaku Raku Kakuka was another of the regulars.
I love Kuraku Kaku Kakuka just because I love that video of I love the video of the Dr. Bonehead, Naya, Melios, and the AOA show doing that like test thing, like the Jeopardy kind of thing, game, and Joe knew the name Raku Kakuka and he just said it perfectly, and then Naya's response, "Did you just put a spell on me?" was so funny. I remember laughing at that so hard.
I think the ones brought in with Kuhn's bag from for the crown game. I think it was Kukaku Raku Kakuka.
I've been vaguely listening in where the placements at now. We're in the. This is just the people who got one vote. Like, so out of anyone, we just got like the one vote people. So I know you just been vaguely listening in, and that's kind of what the stream is supposed to be. Just kind of like chill. We just reacting to the list. So don't worry about it. We're just at the one vote gang, and then we're gonna be getting into probably faster as we keep going up. Like 252 or something, yeah.
Gray and Blaroos were those 3, but you know, my memory might be a little bit.
The higher we go, the less
got
people
Lisa
there probably is
from
going to be.
Station, Little Yoon, who deserved more. Lopobia Dokoko, who I think is a bit underrated. Lopobia Fuchile, friggin' Five Nights at Freddy's himself.
No, Dokoko is underrated.
Kind
Dokoko
of,
is strong.
you know, Five Nights at Fuchile's, I was kind of, you know, a little disappointed. He deserves a little bit more. Lobi, who... weird situation being included in the story at all. Is Lobi ever going to be important? Probably not. Why were we given Lobi? Mahan is another of the regulars.
I honestly think Lobi was just there to explain that to Yasuracha that he was special, that Wang Wan was special. I think that's like the only reason he was in the story, because that's the only scene he's in. So I think it was just a random character SAU threw in there to explain to us why Wang is special. I think that's the only reason, honestly.
Was he part of Aka's team? I don't remember if he was part of Aka's team or not, but he was in Revolution Road. Got Miayum there from the Hidden Floor, Malik 1 PGR, one of the 3 lords, Miss Ice Strawberry and Miss Ice Strawberry's partner, 2 of the members of...
We're blazing past through these rankings. This is gonna be a long video, but you know what? We're trucking through because we're having fun. But yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty all right with most of these. We're about to end right now. Julje only got 1. Interesting. I thought he could get like at least 2 because, you know, He's he's been around for a while. And I think it's always interesting when we see him with York. So yeah, interesting. I'm yeah, but honestly, the only one that I'm like, why did somebody vote for this? There's a few, but why did somebody vote for this was the I forgot. I already forgot his name, but it was the pig and Wool Jung, Wool Yang.
Of Well Hike Song. You've got Mule, who was the Elder Envoy from FUG, who was taken out by Yama, then was like, haha, joke's on you, I'm gonna nuke the place, and then the nuke got sniped by Jordan. You got the Odd-Eyed Cobra, Percheron Attica, Popodau Giscard, Hugo's Vice Commander, Poken, Poto Po, Prometheus, Punk, Quadrado, R and R's brother, and, you know, who has it worse than R's brother? It's one thing to be an unnamed character. It's one thing to be a nothing character, but the only thing that you have is being the relative of a nothing character.
Literally.
Ouch. That's like, nobody has it worse than R's brother here. Zooming out so that you can see all of these, hopefully. You got Red Brubia, Red Thrissa, who, wow, Red Thrissa barely getting anything here. Red Brubia's face is so funny, though, deserves more.
I wonder what Rian,
another of Kan Hong's friends, Relmon, who was one of Yama's gang. We really haven't seen Relmon again after the cage. Chopin, who was mentioned again here in season 3.
But the Blue Theresa is way more of a character than Red.
Sprout, I guess. The Six-Legged Lizard, the Sword Ranker, who was taken out by White, was part of the workshop battle and everything. Tin was the guy who was part of the... I guess I didn't include the green parasite guy on the poll either, but Tin was one of the ones that was part of the plans to, again, Cosby Yiwa. I did not expect to say that happened once in this video, let alone twice. Tinker Yolche, the 2B in the relationship I mentioned before. Tonki, who was really cool. Tonki's story was really cool. Tromre's One Reborn. I was calling it Tromre's Dead Soul in my notes and everything, but I saw somebody in somebody's chat, I think probably Dr. Bonehead's chat, call it, or it could have been Ron Can's chat. Somebody called it the One Reborn, and I was like, oh, that's too perfect. I gotta call it One Reborn. Workshop Soldier from Yasracha's flashback. Who knows if that'll be important. Yellowy from season 1. Part of the Yu Hansung's examination. UJ, who always deserves more love in my opinion, and more screen time too. I like UJ. I wish we got to see more of Walt Hike Song stuff here.
Yeah.
And then Yukon, the Toxic Waste.
I want to see a whole Walt Hike Song arc in the story of Taragon.
Human, part of the, was he a 10 boss? I think he might have even been one of the 10 bosses during the Name Hunt station. And in 220th place, we have the 2-vote gang with the Ancient Giant, Ashul Edwaru, who is the person who forged...
Ashul Edwaru. I feel like, yeah. Interesting. Bakery Yoon got 2 votes. Cool. Love the Bakery Yoon love, and I'm sure that when he's actually introduced into the story, like he's gonna get his votes are gonna rack up to 100,000,000 or something. No, but I don't know. It's definitely gonna shoot up in the ranks. H14, Kunrael Elliott, Heljo got 2 votes only. Interesting. 2 votes only. We're in the 2 votes. Pobedal Proust, Pantaminum. Wow, Pantaminum only got 2 votes. Interesting. Got Pantaminum, Reflejo, Evankel's Fire Elephant. Elliot, really, Balsar Elliot. I forgot to vote for Elliot. I love Elliot. He's such super cool. We got the captain. We got both of the bosses, the captain bosses. Interesting. Cool.
The 13 months. Baekryun, the leader of Wal Hike Song, who was mentioned a few times this arc. Bone from I freaking love Bone. I love that. I love that picture so much. I love Bone so much. I would die for Bone. from Hidden Floor was the robot guy, part of like Batis and Data Yu Sung's group. And Data Yu Sung is like, no, you don't have to stay behind. You don't have to sacrifice yourself, Bone. And Bone stays behind, sacrifices himself, gets killed by the Data Serpent Master. No, not Serpent Master, Snake Charmer. Jeez. Bolsar Elliott. And this, one of the biggest shocks to me. This is one of the biggest shock results to me. The Daejang slash boss slash captain with the mole and with the scar, both of them only getting 2 votes. El Bozo, I guess, because wow, no hype apparently. These guys.
I really just think, I don't know. I think that we need to see them more. I feel like, honestly, I'm being honest with you, Haku, if Luslik was just introduced to the story, but didn't fight Yorick and didn't do all this other cool stuff, wouldn't be that high in the rankings either. I honestly don't think, if the only thing we saw of Luslik was his reveal, I don't think he would have been that high. I can agree with the boss, with the mole. The boss with the scar is more interesting to me because we did see him, but at the same time, I feel like we haven't seen enough from him. Like, at least like somebody like Luslik, to be higher up. I'm not that surprised at the boss, to be fair.
Nothing here. Data Yurik Mazano is here. I think one thing that I noticed from,
I think getting off screen for like 5 months after being introduced into the arc killed all the momentum. Probably that too. You know, it's just a lot of things going on in one arc that I think I want to make an arc tier list video just to give my thoughts on like every arc entire guide, because I have never really done that before. Data Yorick Mizuno. Proud, I saw that Reflejo. Reflejo was interesting to me that he didn't get a little bit more votes. I would have been like maybe 3 votes. Because I think Reflejo is really cool. But I don't know if that's like a sentiment I only share. But yeah, I really want a Bolsar. Out of this whole list, Bolsar is the one I wanted to have like maybe 4 votes, because I think he's super cool. But yeah. I would have expected Nanatona to get less votes, to be fair, honest with you. And Mr. Neon Bag, I also am a little surprised that he got. Mr. Neon Bag has the same amount of votes as Pantaminum. Let that sink in now to all of you. But no, I'm joking. But still, but yeah. Yeah, I'll see if I ever do that video, that tier list video.
This set of results compared to last set of results is a lot of the data characters did really well. A lot of the data.
Whoa. Sorry, Haku. The party guest who looks like Elaine got 2 votes? What? I don't even know who that is. Let me zoom in. I know it's from Amazu's flashback, but like, they got 2 votes? Why?
Data characters were really high last time, and the data characters are far lower this time. We have Deng Deng here, Evan Kills Fire Elephant, H14, which was another of the random army members at last station, Hell Joe, Kun Royale Elliott, who was the ruler of the 44th floor, Gurudan, member of the Hike Song, took out Ren back in season 1, and then Lopobia Kadede, Lopobia Sicarius, Lobodan / Robodon's doctor, the doctor that...
What happens when someone's really pretty, I suppose. Yeah, I guess. To be fair, even in that picture, I don't think she's that pretty, but okay. I mean, maybe just because Elaine's name was there, people were like, oh, Elaine. But I don't know. You just said, it's so interesting to me. I love how Pinnacle's there too.
Tried to save Yasracha, but it's like, nah, too late, can't do it. Mask Girl, Mr. Neon Bag. Mask Girl was a part of Akka's team through the early Hell Train, and Mr. Neon Bag, of course, from Yuan Sung's examination. Got Nanatona from the detach.
I think Mask Girl is like a beta version of what SAU ended up doing with LaFave. Just because they're both have blonde hair, they both are like gun wielders. I feel like that's like a thing. Verdi only got 2 votes. Interesting.
Hatch division of Yisracha's 5th Army Corps. The party guest who looks like a lame.
Also, I just got to mention Tulalan got only 2 votes. Very interesting that Tulalan only got 2 votes. Not that surprising. It's just a funny meme that I feel like I've kept writing ever since the old tier list videos with other Joe and Joe back in the day.
Phantaminum way lower than last time.
Yeah, Phantaminum was higher than last.
Again, member of Chonhee's division this time around. Pinnacle is regular from the last station. I'm trying mentally to think and say less now because I've said it way too much. So I did it again. Popenow Proust, who very low. Popenow family, not doing the most well, except for a couple that you'll see. Popenow Ragma, Popenow Ruini, Raflejo, who could have done a little better. Not much of a boost from the anime, I think. Stua Arthur, who was the altar director for Zahard's altar during the last station 3 order stuff. Tulalan, who was a regular from Hike Song. Verdi didn't do well last time. Verdi not doing well again this time. Vivi Olga was a member of Team Mad Dog, I believe, who was probably taken down alongside Ridong by, again, either Huariyun or Nova Koryang, don't remember. And then Windbird was a big part. Windbird, more votes than Coco. Was a part of the first defensive wall of the net.
That's interesting. Yeah, the Coco got less votes than the actual Windbird, which, it's to some extent kind of makes sense. Yeah, to some extent kind of makes sense. Because the Windbird had way more of a presence. I'm already looking up to the 3 votes. I'm so happy. Tupuri got 3 votes. I definitely voted for Tupuri. One of those votes is mine, baby. Tupuri got 3 votes. I'm so happy. I completely forgot that I voted for Tupuri, but I voted for Tupuri. Why would I not? Tupuri is my family head. He is my family head, and I'm super excited to see. And I'm hoping so much he's not retconned out of the story. Or the Tupuri family in general is retconned out of the story. Yeah, Windbird was technically around more, true. I'm alright.
Now, we have our 3-vote gang in 203rd. 203rd, you got Alexei Amigo Chaz, Ari Han, another of the 10 family heads, Beto, Emily, first Emperor from Season 1,
Who? First Emperor? Really? Wow. I would not expect First Emperor to get that many votes. Flippa, Flux, again, one of the... it's funny, because I gave my ranking on the 3 Lords, and it actually came up in this thing. Flux got the most votes out of the 3 Lords. It went Yo-chan with the lowest one, which I also said was probably the least one that I wanted to see. And then it was Malik, and then it was Flux. So, I kind of predicted that. Deva Perez, Kun Deva Perez, the first Kun we saw with different colored eyes, Levy. I'm not surprised at Levy being Yeah, I'm not surprised. I love that Truggy. I love Truggy being here. But yeah, one of my votes was definitely for Tupuri, so I'm happy that he got there.
Flippa, Flux, one of the 3 Lords, then Ghost of the 13 Months, and I also mentioned Flux being one of the children of Mixeth, Ghost of the 13 Months, Kundevo Perez, the ever-curious Levy, Lopobia Orari, who was the son of the branch leader of the snake branch of the Lopobia family, Megalodon, we got some shark fans here, Nia, from early Season 2, Pobedao Kir, Trughe, the crab, Tupuri, and Shia Lulu. And then I think I also have, I have the 4-vote gang here. 188th place, 4 votes. You got the 43rd floor administrator, who I think is the coolest looking administrator we've seen. The administrator at the...
Yeah, honestly. Out of all the administrators, Head-On's design is super, super cool. But just because it's super unique. I'd say the one of the Sprout looks the least interesting to me. Just because he looks like a giant whale with multiple flippers. But I honestly think that the administrator, especially with his like morphing that we saw during the fight versus Enryu, is definitely the coolest looking one. How you put God of Guardians with a question mark. It's interesting that the God of Guardians with a question mark got more votes than the God of Guardians we see more of in the story. That's very interesting. Kunai Luck Library Girl got 4 votes. I was not expecting that. Yon Ilarde, really? Young Ilarde got that many votes. Damn, and we don't even know if she's even part of the story anymore. Party guest with Edwan. I thought you said you didn't add them. I thought you said you didn't add that person, the party guest with Edwan, and I'm very surprised that she got 4 votes. Lopapia Perseus. I actually surprised Perseus got that many votes. Really, the Mirror to Guardian got 4 votes. That's super interesting. Data Viol also got 4 votes along with Charlie.
The Sprout, that's a pretty recent one. Blue Thrissa, Charlie, Data Viol, the God of Guardians, question mark? God of Guardians, question mark, getting more votes than God of Guardians proper. Because we know that the guy on the Hell Train was God of Guardians. But his story doesn't really align with this guy that we saw in the V flashback. So this is the guy from the V flashback.
Yeah, I just for me, I just think that flashback took place in the Hell Train. Because we see the exact same portal, like oops, oh my goodness. I made a post. I've been abusing my microphone today. We saw the exact same portal in the Hell Train that leads to the God of Guardians room in the Hell Train arc that we see in the flashback that Gustang and Tromrai go into, just less detailed, obviously because the art style change, evolution thing. So I just say that flashback took place in the Hell Train. The whole V flashback took place in the Hell Train, and I think the Flora Guardian just is the Flora Guardians, in my opinion. But who knows?
You got Green April here, Jade, who was a new addition, one of the Revolution members. The Revolution members, seemingly, not doing too hot. Then, I feel like there's not a ton of recency bias for this poll compared to a lot of polls that you see. But I think there's pretty good reason for that. You got Kunhen Luck, got Library Girl, Lopobia Perseus, the long-tailed tit, technically mother long-tailed tit, from the Hidden Floor, Muradic Guardian from Revolution Road. The party guest with Edwan was sitting around with Edwan when he was bragging about taking out mechanoids or whatever, and the other family heads were there. Yan Ilarde, who may or may not end up showing up in the series in some way. I still have a personal theory of how I think Ilarde will show up, but we will see. Also interesting that Irang and Irarde is, kind of similar there. Or actually, I keep saying day, but it's more like Irado. So Irang versus Irad. I still think there's a way that she could show up, but this isn't the place for that. Let's get into the top 187. 180 is a tie with 5 votes apiece. You see...
We got Goon. Goon got 5 votes. Not surprising. It's just because of the name. Really? Wow. Xianhee's father. Super interesting that he got 5 votes. Purpur got 5 votes. Fons Irude got 5 votes. Interesting.
Goon here, once again, you're making me proud not voting him higher. Goon was one of Hwaryun's teammates during the crown game alongside Jung Chang-soo, I think was his name. Lopobia Purper. Got Ha Chon-hee's father, Papa Chon-hee, based votes there. Fonsakal Irure, got Kun Hasheling, Pobadao Noobles, who, did a little.
I actually would have thought that Kun Hatchling would have done better. I think a lot of people love Kun Hatchling. I really like Kun Hatchling. I didn't vote for him because I just forgot, and there's a lot of characters. But yeah,
A little bit better than Trom's Croc.
Cat, really?
And Liliel's cat in my notes is listed as Death, and I kind of wanted to put the cat as Death and in the character poll, but I felt like a lot of people wouldn't get the reference. It's because there's this one scene where Liliel is like, while you're distracted by the irregular or whatever, she's like, while you're distracted by that, Death is slowly creeping up behind, and then we get a shot of the cat creeping up behind. It's like, the cat's name, it's Death.
Yeah, his
name
Death.
Then we have Lopobia Alphine. That's the last of our 5-vote 180th place tie here. So going up then to...
I haven't seen Dr. Bonehead's reaction to the tier list, not the tier list, to the list, but I'm sure that he was happy that Noobles got some love.
170th place, we have 6 votes apiece for Arie Anna, Lopobia White Garment Widow, Dorian Frog, Pandit, who was a member of Team Mad Dog, seen most often with Groban, taken out by Hwaryun and Novik when they were going to rescue Bomb. You got the party guest with red hair, who I said there's been a bunch of theories about. Ha Chon-hee, Lopobia Candidi, Quietro Blitz, who didn't do as well as Chang, despite doing better than Chang last time. And I'm just a little bit surprised that Quietro didn't do more well than this, especially with the anime and everything.
I feel like Chang did a lot better this time because of all of the Dr. Head pushing and it talks about Chang being alive and all that stuff. Like, even made a whole video about it. I feel like that elevated his popularity.
But then again, Quattro was part of that really infamous clip that is probably one of the only things that a lot of people have seen from the anime with that really bad animation. So there's Lopobia Jew and then Vespa. Vespa and Verdi didn't do well last time, also not doing great again this time, but I think did slightly better. 157 brings us to 7 votes. We have Data Yuhan Sung in 11. We've got also Quant down here. Quant's a little bit low, and Sola. Then Lopobia Haracha,
he's a little bit low,
was pretty popular last time, but last time we were right there at the end of the nest. Alpathian down here. Hendolak Gladmary Zahard, which is the second highest for a character we haven't even seen yet.
It's super interesting that Gladmary Jihad. Damn. And Rose Jihad got 0 votes. Interesting. A lot of Hendolak supporters. Which I don't appreciate too much, because I still believe my theory that Rose Jihad is Arcrafter's daughter, which is not my theory, but it's a theory that I've adopted into believing and hope it's true.
Then Lopobia Katan, Yasracha's cat, the Pobadao fluffy hat guy. What a shame. What a shame. What a waste.
The fluffy hat guy.
Kane, Kel Halam, who I like. I like Kel Halam, but Kel Halam has never been popular. I feel like I'm one of the only people who like Kel Halam.
I'm with you, Haku. I love Kel Halam. I think he's super cool. Such a cool character design, such a cool character concept, such a cool power set. Kel Halam is super cool. And I think every single time we see him, he's never lessened my opinion on how cool he is. So I love Kel Halam, but I will be the first to say that I did not vote for him either. But just because I did not vote for him doesn't mean I love him any less. I think Kel Halam is super cool.
And Bobadal Michel. So that was all our 157th place. In 146th place, with 8 votes, you got the second floor administrator, Lopobia Koyup, who didn't actually do as well as I was thinking he might. Samu Nare, then Akryung / Ghost, Lopobia Kukura, Arrogant Kraken, Lopobia Yule, Verdish, who, I voted for. Then
actually, you know what? It's interesting. I thought Data-kun Kaseya would do a lot better. I thought that also I like the Mixeth's picture is just his note that he left to drama. That's so funny. But I thought Kaseya was gonna do a lot better.
And Data-kun, at least one of my votes. I spread out the votes that I had.
Oh, it was one of your votes.
Data-kun Kisea. Also, like, speaking of like Danwan Huang getting 0 votes, I kind of made a rule for myself since I could see the results. It's like, okay, I'm not allowed to vote for anybody who has 0 votes because I feel like that's me using meta knowledge of the results to influence things. So I set that rule for myself.
Gotcha.
But Data-kun Kisea, you got Mixeth, got Ryua, who was the person who was talking at the beginning of, well, I guess.
Yeah, Ryu getting that many votes. I say that many. I know it's not that much, but still. It's still a lot of votes for a really. I don't even want to say one-off character. That's how irrelevant I think of her.
Yes, right after they formed their team, talking to Yiwa, and Yiwa in the old translation called her like Auntie Ryua. So who knows if that means, I guess she's probably part of the Yeon family, but that's probably just a translation of honorifics. So she's probably not her actual aunt, though, I mean, she could be, can't really rule it out. But probably just a Yeon family member that Yiwa was talking to. Then in 137th place with 9 votes,
we got Beta. I really thought Beta might have done way better. Honestly, I don't remember if I voted for Beta. I think I did vote for Beta at one time. Yeah, I think I definitely voted for Beta one time. So one of those votes is mine. But love Beta. Sad to see that low. Oops, sorry.
Beta, who, bringing the first member of Team Novik we've seen, bringing the Team Novik average down. Come on, Beta. Then Lopobia Mur, who I liked. Gato, Ratnagra. Then Ho, Ranmei, Lopobia Gororo, Tura, who is one of the weirdest cases of a character that we got a box for. Like, why did we get a character intro box for this guy? We got Tura, and then Holin. Holin doing, I guess, not surprisingly, like, I like Gororo. I could have seen, like, for me, Gororo could have done higher, but Holin, it's like, I don't know. He's been through a lot of bad stuff, but that
Holin's been the punching bag. I feel like Holin has become the new Tower God punching bag. Out of any other character, I feel like because of Holin's existence, the rest of the punching bags that the Tower God community used to have lessened because of Holin's existence, which I think is pretty funny. Yeah, honestly, I would have thought because of that he would have been higher, but I don't know.
That's kind of just it. Holland showed up with a cool design, and then the story just kind of shit on him for like 100 or so chapters.
But that's the fun about it.
132nd place at 10 votes. You got
really. I actually wonder how higher Marco Asensio is than Data Marco Asensio. Interesting. Because I feel like a lot of people are going to vote for Asensio. Asensio is like one of the most popular Kuns.
Data Kun Marco Asensio, full black, who I'm kind of surprised didn't do better, honestly. I thought a lot of people would vote for him. He's a regular from season 1. In the anime, they dressed him up like Zoro. When you put in your votes and everything, he was down at the bottom right by the vote button. So I was like, okay, he has kind of a goofy name and he's right by the submit vote button. So I just figured people would be reminded of him every time they voted and people would just throw some votes to him. So I do think that's what happened. Like, if you were a random meme character, like in the middle of this sea of 500 plus characters, it's one thing. But when you're like right there by the submit button, people will get reminded of you. So I think that's why he got these votes. Then you have Namo, who did better than Sola. You know, I like Namo's hair more. Pobadao Lu, I know some of these were Pate votes. And then Yuliu Mata, I like Mata. In 125th
Mata's
place with 11
Mata.
votes, you got
Aqua Williams getting some love. Yuhana, really. A lot of people like Yuhana, I guess. I mean, a fair amount of people like Yuhana. Serena, really. Serena, I thought Serena would have been higher. Definitely a lot higher. Augustus
Williams, who was just in the top 100 last time, falling just out of the top 100 this time. Serena Renan, who from season 1 is a pretty popular character, did pretty well last time, but a lot of the season 1 characters did a lot less well, and I think it's because last time when we did the poll, we were kind of toward the end of the nest, which means that season 1 of the anime was way fresher. That was way newer. So
that's a really good point, Haku, that you brought up about the season 1 anime. I feel like that definitely skewed a lot of the votes for season 1 characters, and I think it, sadly to say, that the opposite for season 2 for a lot of the characters. I'm amazed one of the Ranker twins got this far.
I think that a lot of season 1 characters did really well in the poll last time because of the season 1 of the anime being kind of recent. Then you've got Augustus, Yuhana. I think Yuhana was also just within the top 100 last time, falling out this time. I like Yuhana. Got Boro. It's sad to see. Sad to see Boro.
Boro, no. I think I did vote for Boro once, which is sad because I was talking about like the main cast that I voted for, and then I said I only voted for Hots, but then I remembered I didn't include Boro in that main cast, even though he was part of the main cast for so long. But yeah, I think I definitely voted for Boro. I might be mistaken, but I think I did.
So low. Then Lopobia El Baba. What a great design. Like, I don't know. Kind of bummer what happened with the character, but what a great design. Maybe we could see some El Baba redemption in the future, him coming back with the milk and cigarettes. Then you have Raguel, or Angel, who also dropped kind of a bit, but again, it's been over 3 years since we've seen Raguel/Angel. And actually not just over 3 years, but like well over 3 years. But definitely in the past 3 years, we have not seen Raguel or Angel.
No.
In 117th place with 12 votes, you have one of the Red Witch guides from the Floor of Death, and Jordan, one of my favorites. I freaking love Jordan.
I actually think I is one of the, like, not objectively, but like the most subjectively cutest design of a character. I think it's so simple. It's basically just Hwa Yoon with short hair and happier. And I think that's such a good design.
Baylord Wang Wang Lopobia Rashut, who is, of the branch leaders, pretty highly rated. Datakun Edwan, who dropped a ton. Datakun Edwan was really highly ranked last time.
It's surprising to see Datakun Edwan ranked that low. I really thought he was going to be way higher. He's ranked at the same as Wang Wang. Damn.
Still, didn't do terribly this time. This isn't terrible, almost top 100, but now people have like the real Edwan to vote for.
That's true.
Then you got Fonseca Laude, who isn't super surprising to me, given that when I was reading week to week through season 1, through season 2 even, especially like early season 2 before we got to Hell Train, he was a goofy fan favorite character. People loved that he could be fun, he could be comic relief, and then have cool scenes as well. But not only has he not done anything in years and years and years and years, I see more and more comments of people complaining about characters like that who have kind of just done nothing in years and years and years and years. And then lastly, my nemesis, well, not lastly, well, there's my nemesis, Daddy Concho, and the Frog Who Never Lies. How are we not getting more votes for the Frog Who Never Lies? He was used as the lie detector by Traumaray.
That's so funny. I'm a little sad that the Frog Who I just because he's probably got a funny name, but the Frog Who Never Lies got more votes than Dorian Frog and what's the other frog? Pollock. He got more votes than Pollock. Really funny.
In the Enkidu interrogation scene, which I mean, Traumaray can literally control animals. Why are you believing? Like, Traumaray just made the frog say things, and Gaston's like, must be true. And then after that, you end up with him showing up and being like, found ya, to Andorthy, and Andorthy being like, what the heck, a talking frog? And then gets caught by Traumaray and Holen. In 114th place with 13 votes, you got Data Kunmasheni, Eurasia Blossom, and Hayurine. You got two of the family heads here, Blossom and Urine, tied at 13 votes. And in 113th place at 14 votes, you got Valhalla.
Really?
Valhalla being the one person there. I didn't accidentally say tied, did I? Might have. 111th place is a tie, though, at 15 votes between Jumbo and Lopobia Ren/Ling. They are the same character. They're just one person with two bodies that they can control. Mm-hmm. So Ren and Ling and Jumbo, I think Ren and Ling are really, really underrated here. A big drop from last time. And I think that Ren and Ling's fight with Bomb was one of the better fights.
The Bomb and Ren fight, in my opinion, is honestly one of the best fights. I wouldn't say, like, I don't know how far I would put it in my list, personal list, but I think it's one of the best fights that SAU has made, especially recent fights. But the only problem I have with the fight is how people misinterpret it. I think just kind of like misinterpret it to, give Ren so much more credit than he kind of deserves in that fight. But it is an amazing fight, and it's and I don't really like it.
It's in season 3, so yeah, it's kind of kind of low for me. Again, throwing in my own opinions. Then you have 105th with 16 votes, the Astronaut Revolution member, who did more well than expected, way more than the bosses or whatever, but Revolution still not doing that great, but I thought would even do less. Then Sweet Fish, well, I didn't think they would do less until I started seeing.
We're halfway through the video. We just got to halfway through the video. And I'm very interesting that Data Jihad is not in the top 100. Wow. And he's, damn. He got 16 votes, but still. Damn, that's crazy. To me, the Data Jihad. Which, I feel like when people think of Tower God and think of Tower God in fights, Data Jihad and Bomb is the number one fight. It's the fight of Tower of God. At least for me, I give my opinion that I think it's the best fight in Tower of God. In that ranking video I made a while ago. But yeah, super interesting.
Votes come in, and then I was like, oh no, they're not doing very well. You got Sweetfish here, who, our Lord and Savior Sweetfish carrying the main trio. Then Data Zahard, the real Kun Marco Asensio, also dropping out of top 100. Mule Love, just outside of the top 100 here. And Paracule, all the meme votes draining away. And Paracule dropping from 21st place, 22nd place, 22nd, wow. I think. Dropping all the way down here.
That's into super interesting.
105th. And then 101st place, just outside the top 100. You've got 17 votes, a tie between Dravi.
Oh, man. Horyang, really? Damn, I love Horyang's story. Oh, wow, I wonder where Arc Raptor is. I 100 million% voted for Arc Raptor. I wonder where he is.
Kang Horyang or Benjamino Wilmar, who is the only member of Team Tang Suyuk this time who didn't make top 100. Last time, the only one to not make top 100 was Gosang. This time, Ilmar dropped, which is sad. You would think with the anime he would have gotten a boost. And also, he's kind of one of my favorite members of that team. I just think he's a really good character. But he hasn't been around in forever. My favorite is Arc Raptor, kind of a bummer that he's this low. Dravi also could have been higher in my opinion. Michael, who, I don't know, were these meme votes? Who's voting for Michael? Michael and Apple got no votes last time. This time Apple got no votes, but people are out here voting for Michael. And we have Sachi Faker also tied with him.
Really?
So last time Sachi and Horyang were tied with each other in 77th, and now they're tied with each other for 101st. Wow. So both of them have dropped a bit from us not having seen them, I guess. Now it's time for our top 100, and time to zoom in so I don't spoil you.
Really?
There aren't too many ties. I feel like there are less ties compared to last.
We got to the top 100, and I'm really Wang Nan's mysterious weapon got that many votes. It's so interesting. Some predictions. I wonder. I feel like recency bias hasn't been that prevalent in this list, but I feel like that's going to change for like the big recency characters, you know what I mean? Trauma is going to be up there. Gusting has to be up there. Lustig has to be, like, these characters, like those types of characters have to be up there. Yeah, I wonder.
Last time, in general, last time we got 17k votes, this time we got 12k votes. A lot of those votes, though, were kind of from the top. If you take like any random like 50th place to 50th place or 72nd place to 72nd place, if you take that from this poll and compare to last poll, in some cases this poll is even higher for those positions until you get to the very, very top. So it's like this was just a tougher, tighter competition between characters. The results weren't as top heavy as last time, which again kind of makes sense given that the characters that were at the very, very top last time, not all of them had the best showings in the recent arc. Not many characters other than the family heads had very particularly good showings in the most recent arc. But again, opinions aside, we have 99th place is actually a two-way tie, 99th and 100, between Wang Nan's mysterious weapon. It also did quite well last time, and the Serpent Master, who I think is underrated. I think Serpent Master is a really good character. So,
I think the Serpent Master got, I think he got the most appropriate amount of votes. I didn't see the Serpent Master getting that many votes, but he got higher than I thought he would.
I think Serpent Master is being a bit underrated here. Then in 95th place, that means we have another tie here, a five-way tie, I believe, with...
It makes sense Roku has that many votes. Roku is one of the, I feel like it's one of the only like side characters, like mega side characters that I've seen people make a ton of like make fan art of. Like I've seen a lot of Roku fan art. By a lot I mean like probably 3, but that's still a lot more than some even main characters in Tower God get.
With Roku, who is a character who did basically nothing, but people love Roku.
Yeah.
People like
adore.
Gush about this design so much. I've seen a bunch of fan art of this design.
Yeah.
People just really, 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 really like this character that did pretty much nothing, which is a little bit of a bummer we didn't get more. Also tied there is Head On, who did kind of like moderately well last time. Here again is kind of a middling position, an important character, but not a character that I feel a lot of people are going to go, yeah, this is totally my favorite. Mm-hmm. And then Eurasia N Zahard also tied with the three of that, or two of them. We got one more to go. Eurasia N tying with them makes sense. It's a lore character, a popular lore character.
That's a lot of basically nothing characters. I'm very surprised that Wang Nan's mysterious weapons got that many votes, to be fair. But I feel like they've some of these are more justifiable in my opinion.
character at that. Can't wait to see more. Tied with the three of them is Hone with 19 votes, and actually Hone dropped a bit from last time, even though we actually got to see more of him, and I think his character was pretty cool in the Amazu flashback. But yeah, a little bit of a drop for Hone actually. And then in 94th place with 20 votes, we've got Garnak, a new FUG Elder that was given to us. In 90, I think it's probably 92nd. Yeah, 92nd place is a tie with 22 votes between Isas Ademone and Gyeteng. So Gyeteng maybe getting a little bit of an anime boost here. Good, kind of fun, memey character. And
I think Gyeteng is getting a lot of boost from Tower God New World, the mobile game, more than the anime actually, because I feel like they really love Gyeteng in Tower God New World. They've done a lot of stuff with him, and a lot more than one would think. Well, I don't even know what the heck I just did.
And Isas, a bunch of people I keep seeing in chat and everything. Hello, Isas Ademone here. So Isas Ademone, 22 votes, 92nd place, and then 91st place.
That's quick. And random Gyeteng is used a lot more in the mobile game than I think a lot of people know. I stopped playing New World, Tower God New World, but he's used a lot there for like just if they need someone to like kind of fill a spot, they just use Gyeteng a lot. Repalista Jihad, interesting. I love Repalista, and she has a crap ton of fan art. Like, I was not in any shortage of fan art for Repalista whenever I did that princess video, versus the princesses versus the rest of the families. I kind of forgot about the mobile game after I dropped it. I've also dropped it, but I obviously haven't forgotten about it. I use art from it.
You've got Jaina, Repalista, Zahard, who I think is doing slightly better than last time. I think Repalista was maybe slightly out of the top 100 last time and is now a little bit in the top 100. So 23 votes. I think people in general, I think princesses did pretty well overall. Mm-hmm. People I think are excited for princesses, given some of the things we just saw. Our top 90 starts with another kind of four-way tie. We have 24 votes. Yogo saying last time was just...
And I gotta say, Goseng, I've reread because it's like one of my favorite parts of the story, like the beginning of season 2 with like the Team Sweet and Sour. Goseng, legitimately best girl. Just if anyone was gonna have like an actual relationship in the tower, you'd want to go with somebody like Goseng. It's top tier. A strong impression, I suppose, maybe.
Barely outside of the top 100, now is within the top 100. Maybe the anime helped out a little bit, but I know a lot of people that just like Goseng.
Yeah, I love
then
Goseng.
We've got Pobedao Liborik Kun, who did quite a bit better than last time. Is it because he's returning and maybe will actually do something? Is that potentially why? But Liborik last time didn't even make top 100. I don't think he did that badly, but he did a lot less well than you would have expected last time, and actually did pretty okay this time, despite not really being around. Also tied with them is Kun Maria Zahard at 24 votes, who you'd think, I thought, recency bias, I thought Maria would do way more well than this, but no, 87th place is very well for a character we've seen like once outside of flashbacks, but definitely solid enough. And then Hayura also tied with the...
I also think that the poll, if how I say it is recency bias, but also like the recency was too recent. Maybe that because the poll ended a couple days after the few last chapters of Tower God came out, would it not? So I feel like the recency bias may have been a little bit too recent for for the votes, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about that.
3 of them. So yeah, you got Hayura there. I think that's a solid enough placement. I think maybe doing a little bit worse than last time, but not too much worse than last time. Just a little bit down. In 83rd place, we have another big tie, 25 votes. Rex Sworn Enemy, gotta be meme votes. Must be meme votes. Who is voting Rex Sworn Enemy? And the other 3 members of that tie are, first, being Prince. You know, that's fair enough. I think Prince was around 70-something ish maybe last time, so Prince only dropping a little bit, was also in the anime, so there is that. Tied with them is Grace Arlen, who dropped a bit from last time. I think Arlen did better last time. Was pretty hyped up last time. I think maybe even made top 50. But this time, you know, dropping out of the top 50, but not a crazy drop. And also tied with them is Chung Blarode, who is, it's good to see. I really like Cheng. I think Cheng last time was maybe in 90 something.
I like Cheng too.
Moved up slightly. Maybe the anime people liked him from that.
Or before Maria could get any recency bias, Adore immediately stole it from her. That's fair. That's completely 100% fair. I think that's true. But, yeah.
So there's that. Then in 82nd with 26 votes, you got Muntari. I freaking...
Yo. So real for all those 26 people. I did not vote for Muntari because there's a crap ton of characters that you can vote for, and I didn't even vote all the days, right, that you could vote for them. But shout out to anyone who voted to Muntari. You are the realist, because Muntari is sick. Such a sick character, and just a sick design, sick character. Super cool fight versus Bolsar and Muntari, where he got split in half, which is one of the most gruesome finishers to a Tower God fight. Such a cool character. One of the only regulars who can do reverse flow control. Super cool character.
Love Muntari. Muntari did well last time, though. Did Muntari make top 50 last time? Maybe around 60 something. But Muntari did really well last time, and also really well this time, despite not showing up. I just really liked Muntari, and a lot of other people did too. Mm-hmm. And then in 81st place is Evan Edrock, who again, I think is just doing slightly worse than last time. I think Evan was around the same place last time, maybe just a teeny bit higher in the 60s or 70s. So there is that. But I think this is a pretty solid placing overall for Evan. Top 80 starts off with a two-way tie, 79th place between Sophia Tan, the FUG Elder, at 28 votes. Good place for Sophia Tan.
Sophia Tan did the best. So Sophia Tan did the best out of any of the elders, which I guess makes sense. She has an amazing design. She had like a pretty big moment in the Nest arc, where she was like prominently featured. And I think the discussion around Sophia Tan is probably a little bit more than any of the other Fog elders we have seen.
And I think she was also around here last time. And Arie Vicente, who has dropped a bit in the rankings, but again, he has been off screen for 3 years, so it would make sense to drop a little bit. You've been off screen for 3 years. Before them is 77th place, a tie between Pobedao Mateha, who I enjoy, so it's cool to see this high. I think was in like barely in the top 100 last time, moved up a little bit this time, saved Hugo and had a little bit of a fight with. He had a fight, and his interactions were generally good in the hotel. He had the fight with Jam Jam, plus just, his role in that arc was pretty good. So, did some things since then. It was funny. I was thinking Selena in...
Actually, now that I think about it, Haku, did you add Shark Nose to this tier list? Because if you did, that means Sharknose is higher ranked than Mate. I'm assuming you did not add Sharknose. But if you did, he is more higher ranked than Mate. Either that or I missed him in the earlier sections.
Dr. Bonehead's chat for that chapter when they got to the scene where it's revealed that he saved Hugo, or he's holding Hugo. They were like, I'm going to give him a vote for that. I thought that was really funny. Also tied there in 77th is Daniel Hatchett, another character who, of course, hasn't been around, but is really loved because...
Yeah, Daniel Hatchett. Daniel. Super cool character. Love his design, love his character, love his story. Everything about Daniel
was
so
just
cool.
A really good character. One of those characters that showed up, had a full character arc, and that was it. They just had their full character arc, and it was good. Then in 75th place, we have another two-way tie. This time, Kirin is tied with somebody. Kirin isn't surprising here. Kirin, I'm not even sure if Kirin broke the top 100 last time. I don't think he did. So to break the top 100 this time is good. But Kirin is not super crazy popular. And Kirin tied with Baylord Paul, who did quite a bit better than last time. Paul didn't make top 100 last time. Makes it this time. Somewhat memey probably, but also I get just liking Paul. His story was okay before he just disappeared, and his design's really good. So it's like I can't really fault people for voting this way.
Yeah, Paul's design's amazing.
In front of that, in 74th place, this will probably hurt a lot of you, Anak Zahard, the daughter. Big fall off. 31 votes, 74th place. And the last time Anak was in 20-something, 24th place. So like a 50 place drop, something.
Yeah, like you have to, like he said earlier before, 100% must have been a boost from the season 1 anime that got Anak all that high before. Because Anak is like literally one of like the most prevalent characters in season 1. So yeah.
Something like that. And it seems like an extreme drop for Anak. But I think there's a really good reason that Anak Zahard is this low. I think it's because, not that her votes are low this time, it's that I think Anak's votes were really inflated last poll.
Yeah.
Because last poll was closer to season 1 of the anime, and Anak's basically a main character in season 1. So we had just had season 1 of the anime recently for last poll, and last poll, during the voting of last poll, was the chapter where Anak and Andorthi showed up for the first time in like forever. So she had just showed up for the first time in forever, and we had just had Jinsung talking to Traumare about doing the marriage tournament. So she had just showed up in season 3 for basically the first time, and they were talking about an arc in which she could have played an important role. So I think that, plus the anime season 1, really inflated Anak's votes last time.
Makes sense.
And Anak didn't have either of those things going this time, because we pretty much found out that, she didn't play.
I wonder how many votes Elaine got then. Just a little side note, because I'm interested to think, because a lot of people thought Elaine was going to do a lot in that marriage tournament arc thing, and never showed up. So I wonder how many votes she has.
Play a role in that arc, and basically hasn't been around for 3 years except for a brief cameo, basically. In 73rd place at 33 votes is Ari Bright Sharon. I really like Ari Bright Sharon, so I'm happy for this placement. Also, barely made it into the top 100 last time. A little bit higher this time than in 72nd vote, or 72nd.
I think I'm not surprised at Laura being that high. I think a lot of people didn't like Laura for so long. And then as soon as she actually started being a character, actually started showing her own personality, everyone got into it immediately. They're like, oh, she's a fun character. She's an actual good character. And I wonder actually where Lilia and Shilio are, because I don't think they've shown up yet, or either that or missed it.
Second place with 34 votes, you have Lopobia Laura. I really like Laura, the MILF herself. So I love this panel of her. So I'm happy for this placement. And then in 71st place at 36 votes, Aria Yanieta.
Oh, and I also voted for Robodon. I forgot about that, but I remembered as soon as I saw Laura, I voted for Robodon at some point.
Once again, like I mentioned, with characters like Daniel, was a character who showed up, had a full character arc. Daniel, Muntari, characters like that showed up, was good, and kind of complete, kind of a good, complete character. Definitely. We break into the top 70 with yet another four-way tie, and this one includes Shibisu at 37 votes. Shibisu, once again, last time we had just had season 1 of the anime more recently.
Makes sense.
And last time we were finishing up the nest, and Shibisu was around, kind of doing things for almost all of
Laura was great. She was wise. She was wise, and also Baba is also dumb. So it was kind of like the perfect combination.
The nest. So this time we don't have that anime boost. I mean, we got season 2 of the anime, but I feel like it didn't do as well as season 1. And also, he doesn't have the boost from the manhwa because he hasn't been around in 3 years, unlike last time. Then he tied with 3 others. First, Rowan Yuya, another character who had a full character arc. People liked, people enjoyed. Surprising to see Rowan a little bit higher than Daniel, since it was the other way around last time. But Rowan did really well last time.
I actually was thinking that it's just before he said that I was interesting that Rowan is higher than Daniel. Because I feel like Daniel would have gotten more votes than Rowan.
Time too. Then also tied with him is Lopobia Poco. What about Pocokoe? Lopobia Pococo at 37 votes. And also tied with them, Blood thinks he's on the team. 37 votes, 60.
Colivan. Colivan. He's, yeah. I really want to see Colivan back in the story. Not been around for years now. And, but you got to give it to him. Literally every fight that Colivan has is a really good fight. So, I'm glad he's still almost in the top 50, even after not being around for a while.
The fall off of Calivan went from 21st place, I think, to 67th. Hasn't been around for 3 years, and I feel like the Calivan stocks have fallen. It's so funny to see characters like Pococo and Rowan and Shibisu, and then Calivan. It's so funny. So big fall off for.
I think the picture you use for Calivan even makes it funnier, because he just looks so depressed. He looks so mad and sad. The picture you use for Calivan there is perfect for what you just said, Haku.
Calivan. I still like Calivan. I saw somebody that had a good theory for Calivan's fall off too, that was that said something like Calivan before, a part of the hype of the character and a part of the reason a lot of the people like the character was because Calivan was having really big fights and was like really big in like power scaling, stuff like that.
Definitely.
But now we've seen more of Yurik, we've seen the family heads, we've seen Luzlek, and compared to that, now we've just seen like bigger power scaling stuff, bigger fight stuff, and that's probably why Calivan has fallen off quite a bit. In 66th place, above God.
You did add him. You bad lad. I was rewatching my stream of the top Shinwei, and I'm so happy. I remember I kind of, it's been a while. I've forgotten that I made a whole tier above every other Shinwei just for Sharknose, and and the things in the comments, if I forgot how much I laughed at them, it was when you guys just said that he has more sheer durability than his whole family, and then when you guys said you guys were going crazy with the Sharknose stuff. That's why I couldn't answer earlier. You mad lad. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy Sharknose is actually on this tier list and he has so many votes. That brought a smile to my day.
Calivan is Sharknose. Very funny. You could this is a very likable meme choice, so makes a ton of sense. Sharknose here with 38 votes. 65th place is Leroro, a character that I've always liked, a character that's always been
a character that I voted for. I don't know if I said that earlier, but I did vote for Leroro at one point. definitely wasn't my first votes, but it was one of them.
Popular, got 39 votes, so totally makes sense for me for Leroro to be this high. I think was maybe just a little bit higher last time, but dropped a teeny bit, so this placement.
Again, I feel like just with Anak and Shibisu was because of the season 1 anime ballooning his votes before.
To me, makes a lot of sense. Above Leroro is Aria Albelda or the White Clone. Really? I'm cool just saying Albelda because a lot of official Tower of God stuff says Albelda. I put White Clone in there because there's always people that's like, well, it's not technically Albelda. It kind of is now. It kind of is Albelda now. And also official Tower of God stuff calls her Albelda. So I'm cool to say that. 40 votes, 64th place. Did really well last time. I think maybe 40 something last time. So dropped a little bit, but also hasn't been around in 3 years. So that makes sense. And then into 63rd, I think is, I was like, is that?
Nun has way more votes than Wong Wong. That's interesting to me. Wong Wong didn't do that good. Damn, Nan got a lot. I probably know why, but still.
At a tie, 63rd place, 41 votes is Nen Nea. Last time Nen and Doom were beside each other, little mother and son beside each other on the poll. But this time, not quite. 63rd place.
Still going strong is still something. Yep.
41 votes, Nen Nea. Really popular character for good reason. Nen was just a good, full, completed character. And then we have the tie I was thinking of. 61st place, 42 votes between Lopobia Jam Jam or Zam Zam and Kun Masheni Zahard in 61st, dropping from like...
What an interesting tie. Kun Masheni Zahard and Jam Jam. Truly what a pair. Never thought I would see in my days.
Like 30 something last time, I think. Maybe she was in the like upper top 20s or whatever, or lower top 20s rather. Or top, like the top 30 in the 20s somewhere. But yeah, Masheni, Jam Jam. I really like Jam Jam. So did a lot of people. Kind of did better here at the character poll. Got that W back over Mate, and then tied with Masheni. When is the Masheni Jam Jam buddy cop movie or rom-com happening? There are no more ties in the top 50, so you just gotta bear with a few more ties here. At 43 votes, you have Lopobia Enkidu, who was a big part of the current arc, but I feel like a lot of people didn't like as much. The Jelly Jiggler himself, the Baja Blast. I wondered to myself, this entire poll, I thought to myself, I was like, I used the Jello Cube as his sort of icon, his picture here. And I just thought, if I used the human form, if I used the just Chad, muscular human form as the picture, would Enkidu have done better? That's something that I think I'll always have to wonder about. Would Enkidu have done much better if I had, instead of the Jello picture, used the human?
I think that's a fair question to ask yourself, Haku, because I think a lot of people, it's a lot of characters. They might have not just, they might just keep scrolling and they might have just looked at the picture. And they're like, oh, I know that character. That's one of my favorite characters. I know because I know the picture. So I'm gonna click it and then I'm gonna submit. So I think that's a fair question to ask yourself, Haku.
Human form picture. But that's another person who isn't on this list here. Another person not on this list is the human Enkidu that the Jello Enkidu took the body from, stole his identity. But tied with Enkidu at 43 votes is Baylord Doom, this time doing a bit more than Nen, pulling away a bit from Nen the character poll. 59 is Doom, who may have died an awful, poorly done death, but we'll have to wait and see. In 57th, I think, is another two-way tie. 46, it's Suo. Suo, also really good character. I get people liking Suo. Suo did well last time. Suo, I think, did even more well this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, Suo is really high. I did not expect Suo to be that high.
Kind of nuts that the ranking went up, but people like Red Witches. Then tied with Leviathan. Who is voting Leviathan? I said it last time. Leviathan did extremely well last time. very well again this time at 46 votes. I don't get it. I don't get people voting Leviathan. I don't get people liking Leviathan. I don't get it. 55th place is another tie, this time at 47 votes, between Novik, who I am super excited to see this high. Like I said, Beta didn't quite make the top 100, but other than Beta, this is the first member of Team Novik you're seeing so far. Team Novik did...
I really like how the first member of Team Novik that we see, except for Beta, is Novik. the one whose name is after, but he's still really high. Obviously, he's at 55. Damn, Arc Raptor is really high. Then I still haven't seen Arc Raptor. I'm gonna be so happy if my boy is in the top 40 and 30s, maybe. Wow, is Arc Raptor that high? I'm gonna be so happy. Let's see.
Really well, and that makes me really happy. I was really happy with how well Team Novik did. You haven't even seen the other three members. So 47 votes, 55th place. You got Novik tied with somebody, and he's tied with Kun Dizzy, also in 55th place. So Kun Dizzy kind of is this the most well-received member of Revolution? I think it is. I think this is the most popular Revolution member.
That makes a lot of sense.
As it stands now. 53rd place is another tie at 51 votes between Lopobia, Hasacha, who again was kind of popular last time, even more popular this time. I get it. I thought Hasacha's character design's really cool. I thought the backstory and stuff was really cool. Hasacha's just a likable character. Yeah. And Cobalt. And
I knew Cobalt was going to be super high in this list. I'm a little glad he's not in the top 50, but I knew that Cobalt, out of any other Shinwei, was going to do amazingly well.
51 votes in 53rd place. Cobalt, I think that makes Cobalt the most popular of Traumare's Shinheo, which makes sense. Cobalt's just really cool. People really like Cobalt. I really like Cobalt. Kind of top Shinheo, it would seem. Then in
also the first personalized Shinwei we have ever seen from Traumarei. So yeah.
52nd, we have with 53 votes, Enryu there, just outside of the top 50. Enryu, I think, was just in the top 50 last time. I don't remember quite how high, but just dropped a little bit. We haven't really seen or heard anything about Enryu for the past 3 years, though, so it makes sense for a little bit of a drop. And just missing out on the top 50 is Hema Slime with 55 votes. I really like Hema Slime. I think I'd put Hema.
Yeah, I was gonna say Haku. I was gonna say, like, you're like, damn, just a couple more votes and she would have been in the top 50. Yeah, I know you love Hema
Slime in that category with like Daniel and Muntari and Inietta, that category of characters. And of course, Hema Slime is more recent, so recency bias takes a little bit of a place here. I would put her in that category of characters that were good and just kind of had their character arc. And I like that. I like we just had a full character arc. It was good. And now we get to talk about the top 50. No more ties, everybody. Mm-hmm. Now starting our top 50, and I'm wondering...
Kun Edwan is such an interesting character to start the top 50. Interesting. And I think, he must have gone down from last time. I feel like Edwan was super high last time, which is interesting when we actually see the real Kun Edwan now. But I could be wrong. I forgot where. I don't remember where most people were last time. It's been a while.
How exciting or how different or how unexpected these will be for you. I wonder what everybody's predictions are. In 50th place is Kun Edwan at 56 votes.
I definitely thought Edwan was going to be in the top 30, 45, something like that.
Pretty well for a character we just saw in a flashback. I think that's pretty solid. One of the family heads. Again, compared to the other family heads that we haven't seen too much of, that's pretty good compared to
pretty good.
Arihan and some of these others, or like Blossom.
Yeah, Arihan didn't do that good.
It's pretty solid. I think we've seen more of Edwan than them, but yeah, I think this is a pretty good placement. Also, gonna have a lot of fun here. I think the top 50 is good. I think these results are all good, but the top 30 especially, when we get into the top 30 are everybody with 100 votes or more. Last time that was top 35. I think once you get into that 100 votes or more space, that is like, kind of your top character area.
Makes sense.
Then in 49th place,
Dumas.
he got 57 votes for Pobedao Dumas. I think a lot of people would have expected him to be higher. I expected him to be a lot higher. I think he was one of the few sort of...
I did expect him to be higher, too. Again, maybe top 30, 35, something like that.
Good characters, silver linings for the most recent arc, but I guess being stuck on, main trio island, being stuck with the main trio stuff, maybe just didn't work out that well for him. I expected more for Dumas. I thought he was going to be really popular, but not nearly as popular as I expected. 48th is going to be Arya with 58 votes. Arya did very well last time, doing very well again this time, despite not being around for 3 years. But, hopefully once we're getting back with the group that we saw leaving the Pobedao family battleship, hopefully we can see some more of Arya once we get back with that group some more. 47th place at 59 votes is Yeon Mi-sang. I love Mi-sang. Mi-sang's one of my favorites. I think top 10 for me, if not top 5. I always joke and say Mi-sang top 5. I really like Mi-sang, so this is cool to see. I think Mi-sang is one of...
I like Mi-sang a lot, and I'm glad that she's in the top 50. Her interactions with Arkraptor is one of the reasons that Arkraptor is one of my favorite characters, because I remember liking the character design and liking the powers, the umbrella, the everything about him was so cool. But the thing that brought me 100% into Arkraptor is in my top 10 favorite characters of all time, the entire god, is his relationship with Mi-sang, and how much it was as how you just let it breathe, and it was definitely one of my biggest disappointments in the Tower of God anime, that they just didn't do enough. There's a lot of reasons for people to be disappointed about the Tower of God anime, and I think all of them are valid. But the reason that I was disappointed was not even when the bad stuff started happening apparently, right? It was in the beginning, the few first episodes where they completely skipped a lot of scenes of character development for Arkraptor and Mi-sang, or just shortened them or didn't do them justice, I think, in my opinion. So yeah. So I'm glad Mi-sang's this high.
The better characters when it comes to the writing of the story. So 57th for Mi-sang, and 56th is with 61 votes, Lopobia Lafav. Lafav last time was tied with Arya, so Lafav pulled away a little bit this time, and I'm happy for that. I really love Lafav. I like Lafav a lot. And actually, I just thought...
I like Lafav too. Lafav, if no one knew, was my Tower God OC, that it's also my channel mascot, is Tupuri Zeke. He is a Tupuri member, but he's a spear bearer, and he's like a mechanic, a weapon builder, and he fights with guns after he got brutally injured and can't use the spear anymore. So he uses guns, and one of my inspirations for one of his main abilities was Lafav. Lafav had the eye that was kind of like a sniper eye, and I was like, oh, that's so sick. So what I did, since it was a Tupuri family, was my OC at some point got his eye taken out, and he's gonna replace it with a sniper eye, but it's like a mini lighthouse that it was implanted into his eye. So, and legitimately, Lafav was one of the biggest inspirations for that character. And yeah.
About something earlier before recording this, I was just thinking about Tower of God a bit, and I thought about how Liboric's group was pulling up on Lobadan's ship and everything, and there's a lot of things. Maybe they're there to take out the remnants of the Lopobia family. Maybe they're there because Zahard wants to reclaim Traumare's body, and Lobadan had Traumare's body. Or something else I thought about, maybe if you know, what they're after is Traumeray's body. Last time we saw LaFave, she was going to be captured by Zahard's army.
Yeah,
so
she
what if
was.
LaFave, again, I've had the theory that LaFave is Lobadan's daughter and the mother of Catan and Kadede, because she uses guns just like Catan.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, and I think that works. Yeah, wow. I never thought about that with the Catan. I've made the Catan and LaFave connection that they both use guns, but I've never even thought, and that makes a lot of sense with the blonde hair and everything. Yeah, wow.
Uses guns. They're both gun users, and we also
the idea that LaFave and Laura could be siblings is also just really fun.
Know that Catan and Kadede are the nephews of Laura and the grandchildren of Lobadan. Plus, she fits the Lobadan, LaFave, Laura, Lilial. She fits the L names. She has the blonde hair, just like Laura and Lilial. So I feel like LaFave could be Lobadan's daughter, so maybe there is going to be Liboric saying, hey, you know, hostage trade LaFave for Traumeray's body or something. So that could be even something that happens, something that I just thought about before recording this. But either way, you know, personal opinion and distraction aside, let's go to 45th. 45th this time with 63 votes.
I want to clap, but I can't clap. It's the middle of the night. But I want to give a standing ovation. And I'm so happy. So happy. And I said top 30. I said top 40, top 30. I'm so happy. I didn't want to go too over grand with it because I knew that he was not going to be in the top whatever. My boy, Han Arkraptor. Legitimately one of my top 10, depending on the day, maybe top 5 characters of all of Tower God. And he's just amazing. I could gush about Arkraptor all day long if I had the time.
This is Hon Akraptor. I really love Akraptor. Akraptor did really well last time, did really well again this time, got maybe some love from the anime, so totally makes sense. Just a character that I've always loved, so yeah.
I'm gonna say if the anime did better with him, I think he would have gotten way more love from the community, and might have been honestly in the top 30 if they did his scenes a lot better in the anime. But that's just my personal opinion.
44th place, another of my personal favorites, probably another that's at least top 10 if not top 5 for me, David Hockney with 64 or 67 votes.
Okay, for Hockney, that's the thing, is that for Hockney, his design is just one of the coolest. Just honestly one of the coolest designs.
It's in 44th place. Yeah, I just love Hockney. Hockney was a bit higher last time. Hockney was in 16th place last time, but again, last time we were just coming off the nest where Hockney was involved, and getting into this character poll, we haven't seen him in 3 years. 43rd place with 68 votes, we have.
I'm gonna be pausing probably for all of these because I'm very interested in all of these, but I love Dan. I love Dan Eden. Dan Eden or Dan Eden, whichever one. I say Eden. Do I say Eden or do I say, I don't remember even what I say anymore. It's getting a little late, guys, sorry. But yeah, I love Dan so much. I made a short about Dan and somehow it became one of my most popular shorts, about how fast he is. Which is it was just one thing that I was like, oh, he's a speedster, how fast is he really, you know, like apparently really fast. so yeah, it's really funny. But Dan's just a cool character. A little sad that I'm a little sad that Dan is above Arkraptor, but also Dan did have a lot of good scenes that add to his character. So yeah.
Ed and Dan, again, Team Novik doing incredibly well.
Yeah, they're
probably got
really
a boost
good
from being in the anime, because I think that part of the story is really good for Dan. I think Dan's another character that I just love in general, so it's really nice to see him rated this highly. 44th place brings us to Lopobia Lobadan or Robadan, who I actually didn't expect to be more popular than Dumas. I feel like they are the equivalents to each other.
Yeah, yeah. I think Robodon and Dumas are like basically the two sides of the same coin for their respective sides. And it's very interesting that Robodon did a lot really well. Also nice 69 votes. But no, I'm just uh damn, he did really
Other
well.
from Lopobia to Popodal family. I didn't expect him to be so much higher than Dumas, but yes, 69 votes. 42nd place, Lopobia, Lobodon, or Robodon. I'm excited to see him this high, though, because I do like Lobodon.
I love
And
Robodon
then in
too.
41st place, just outside of the top 40, is Doan,
Come
who
on.
did incredibly well last time. I think was probably in the 30s last time. Not too much of a drop here.
No.
Mostly hasn't been around. Has been around a teeny bit. Probably got a poorly written death here at the end. But again,
I think honestly I this might sound bad, but I honestly think the mystery and like people are being like, is she dead or is she not dead or all that stuff, all the discussion about that probably probably added to some of her votes because I feel like she's a little higher than I thought she was going to be. Also, Cha is going to be high because we haven't had Cha yet. Interesting.
hopefully not. I hope that CU can just kind of pull an Oda and say, never mind, they didn't die for Dewan and Doom because their deaths were so poorly written. So hopefully Dewan will be fine. We got 70 votes for Dewan. In 40th place with 71 votes as a Baylord Yama.
Yama.
And this might be surprising for some people. I don't know. It didn't surprise me that much. It's kind of a bummer that he's this low, but he didn't do that excessively well last time. I think Yama was only barely.
I think a lot of people overly hate Yama for some reason. I don't know why. I think even for like, I honestly actually don't know why. I think it started. I think it started around the time when he first fought Yasuracha. I think that's when a lot of people started just dunking and hating on Yama. Like, if I don't think I'm mistaken about that timeline. I think that's like around the time where everyone was like, yo, Yama. I see a lot of people hating on Yama for, in my opinion, it's not good reasons. And yeah, I love Yama so much. He's such a great character, in my opinion. And I'm always excited to see more of him.
Barely in the top 20, if in the top 20 at all. He might have just been in the 20s. So he wasn't super he was really, really high. I don't want to like devalue that, but it's not that big of a drop down. He's gotten a lot of focus though with the stuff between the hotel and the Sprout. Even in the Sprout, when we're focusing on that side of things, we're focusing on mostly Yama. But that stuff just wasn't all handled super well all the time. I see a lot of complaints about the handling of Yama's character all the time. So while I love Yama, Yama's one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, same.
While I love Yama, a lot of other people don't or share the same love that I do. So even though he's a prominent character and a prominent character that I personally love, I feel like 40th place isn't a huge shocker for me personally. But you know, for such a prominent character to be so low, I guess just that in itself is maybe a little bit surprising. And 39th place with 74 votes is
thumbs up. I voted for Hots. I definitely voted for Hots. One day I just had like a spare vote, so I think I voted 2 times for Hots. Did I? I don't remember. Something like that. But definitely Hots getting some love. I love when we get to like the top 70, top 50, like you said, Haku, that's when I feel like these are like favorite characters. Even if like you say like, oh, Yama's low, I think 40 still means like there are a lot of people favorites characters.
Hatsu, and Hatsu is an interesting one. He didn't have the fall off that Shibisu and Anak did. So I guess people just really still like Hatsu despite the absence, whereas the others have had an absence and didn't do as well. And the anime boost, you can't really call that much of a thing because I feel like Shibisu and Anak did much more in Workshop Battle. Well, Hatsu kind of had his own subplot going on in the Workshop Battle. So who knows? I don't know. So, people just really still like Hatsu more than Shibisu and Anak, it would seem. 38th place is Ha Jin Sung at 77 votes.
Definitely agree with Jin Sung's placement too. I feel like he's questionably written at times. Like, and I feel like there's times where I think that it was a good idea to not kill him, and there's times where I'm like, I think he should have killed him. I think that if I think that question in my mind is always going to be a thing. Like forever is going to be a thing. Like if Jinsung should have died or not. Um, but I don't know. But I think this is a fair placement for him.
It's a little bit of a drop off from last time. A bit of a drop off. I think he was in the upper teens last time, or lower teens, depending on how you want to look at it, like around the 17, 18-ish area. So he dropped off a bit. Not crazy, but he hasn't had the best showing in the 3 years since we last had the last poll. Hasn't had the best showing. And I also feel like he's another character that I also don't always see comments super, super high on. 37th place is a meme vote, probably. I don't know.
I was going to say that's probably... I didn't even know that would have been a meme vote, but then... Dan... Chan Hong. Wow. Again, I'm a little sad that our crafter is below Chan Hong. But still, damn.
Maybe Kan Hong's strongest soldiers are out here. It's Kan Hong with 78 votes. Kan Hong's strongest soldiers went to work, I suppose.
Probably.
36th place is Black March with 81 votes. Black March also did extremely well last time, did extremely well this time. Kind of makes sense. That. Black March is important to the story as a 13-month. Yeah. Doesn't get the good treatment that I think the 13 months deserve, but, it is what it is. Black March doing well once again. 35th place at 82 votes is Lopobia Shiliel Zahard. I've always liked Shiliel a lot more than Lilio.
So, wow, Shiliel is lower than Lilio. I would have thought the complete opposite. Damn.
Lilio, I, kind of thought she could have done even better than this, but I love the design, like the character. She got to be a pretty, important force in the hotel arc, so this makes sense. Last time she was rated pretty highly. She's rated even more highly this time. She's been around, so it makes sense. 35th place is V with 84 votes.
Makes sense.
And yeah, I think some people might be surprised that he's this low, but if anything, this is really good. This is really high. V last time was in 101st place, I believe, so he just missed out. He wasn't even in the top 100, so he jumped all the way from there into 34th place.
That's really
I think if anything, that's a big jump. I think if anything, it's crazy that he's this high. And really, people are kind of hyped for him, but I feel mostly from what I see from comments, people are hyped for V, but I think there's also a lot of people that are just kind of like, I'll wait and see where things go. That's kind of where I am, is just, I'll wait and see where things go. 33rd place is Yan Yirang. I think...
Again, agree with this 100,000,000%. Yirang, in my opinion, had the best scene, or one of the best scenes in the flashback. I voted for Yirang because of that flashback. That scene with Amazu and Yirang is legitimately the best. One of the best scenes SAU has made, I think.
I think that her place in the Amazu flashback was really good. She got 94 votes here. I think her place in the flashback was really good. We'll see what happens in the future with how we're going to handle what her story was from the blog post compared to what it is now in the actual story.
And I think that's also a big point of curiosity for a lot of people voting because of the change in the blog post. Because I feel like if it would have stayed the same, a lot of people would have not voted as highly.
I think it'll be exciting to see where that goes. She has kind of gotten a lot of mistreatment, not by her getting mistreatment, but because of everybody else just getting hyped up more. So it will be cool to see where things go, but people do really love her, and I think her scenes in the flashback were really good, so it totally makes sense to me. 32nd place at 97 votes is Garam Zahard. Garam was crazy popular last time. Hasn't had the same fall off as Masheni though, which is kind of surprising. Has still remained extremely popular. Last time I think she was 25th.
Garam, ever since I've entered the fandom, which has been for a while now at this point, which is crazy to say. Definitely obviously not as long as the other YouTubers, but Garam has consistently always been one of the most popular characters, which for me has never really made that much sense. She's cool, but I've never gotten the absolute crazy hype that a lot of people have when Garam is mentioned and stuff.
Now dropping to 32nd, that's not too much of a drop for a character that we just haven't seen. And in 31st place, before we get to our...
God damn it. I did... This, oh my god, this is obviously a meme vote for Haku. Oh my goodness, it's so funny. Is the crane, Haku, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but is the crane the most popular Shinwei then? Because I can't think of any other Shinwei that would be higher than the crane now. That's so funny to me.
Our top 30 with 100 plus votes each. We have Crane with 98 votes. So Crane, 98 votes. Let's go to our top 30. To start off our top 30 with 100 votes is Xia Xia. Xia Xia did extremely well last time.
Makes
Very
sense.
well once again. Just a little bit of a drop off. But again, we had season 2 of the anime where surely she was very good because she's Xia Xia. Of course she was. Also, you know, she did well last time because she's just a really fun, enjoyable character. I really love Xia Xia personally. So it blew me away and made me so happy to see how well Xia Xia did last time. Mm-hmm. And for her to only fall off a little bit this time and still do really well this time was really, really exciting for me. And like I mentioned, Beta didn't quite make the top 100, but Novik was in 55th. Dan was also really high in the top 50, right? And then Xia Xia now at 30. So Team Novik is just doing really well. 29th place, if you couldn't guess by that KA at the end, was 105 votes, Karaka. So Karaka had a little bit of anime time.
Love the representation for Karaka. I've always been not only Fug supporter but Karaka supporter. Always defending my boy Karaka. So yeah, interesting. But yeah, it is interesting to see Karaka above Yama, but still, Karaka is just so cool.
Time, I guess, and also people liked Karaka last time. He's had a little bit of a fall off. I think he was like 19th or 20th last time, now dropping to 105th. So, you know, a little bit of a drop off, but I think still very good placement for Karaka, despite not having the best showing for the past 3 years. Only kind of showed up once and then didn't do that well against Richemont and Dumas. Then in 28th place is Amazu with 100.
Definitely deserved. Amazu is a really good character. Even if she's only a flashback character, I think her flashback and Traumarai and her flashback is honestly like, no, I don't think it's even recency bias because I've reread Tower God recently. It's one of the best backstories in Tower God. There's not that many backstories, like flashback arcs and flashback things in Tower God, but out of the few that we have, I think her and Traumarai is definitely number one for me.
113 votes. The Amazu flashback was really the highlight of the most recent arc. I think that she was a solid character, so it's nice to see her do this well. I could have seen her doing even more well. I could have seen her not doing well at all. I didn't quite know how fans would vote when it came to her, but I think that there's a really good placement. In 27th place, again, if you couldn't tell from the name, is 116 votes, Evankel. Evankel again, last time did very, very well. This time only fell off about maybe 10-ish places. So
that's very interesting because I feel like a lot of people, kind of like with Yama, really love to rag on Evankel for no reason at all. It's interesting that she's that high to me, honestly. But Evankel's, no, I'm not complaining. I love Evankel. Evankel's amazing. And yeah.
Again, still doing quite well. Evankel was in the teens last time, this time coming into 27th. I don't think that's a very big fall off for a character who hasn't been around since last poll. So yeah, I think this is a solid placement once again, still popular. 26th place at 117th vote, or 117.
Yo, that's anyone who voted for Perdity is so real. Perdity is such a sick design. He's so cool. I love Perdity's design. So cool. And his fight with Jinsung was great.
17 votes.
Also, yeah, he is higher than Jinsung. Wow. I didn't even realize that for a second. But yeah, is he the highest Lopobia except for Traumarai? I think he might be now. Other than Elaine, who's we're gonna get into soon.
Is Lopobia Perdity. And originally, I thought this was another kind of meme votey one. I thought maybe people were just going for Diddy jokes and everything. But actually, when first showing this result to, Dr. Bonehead's audience, to my Discord server and everything, when seeing Dr. Bonehead's chat react and seeing my Discord server react, what I saw was a lot of people that were like, oh, like people in my Discord being like, oh, sick, Perdity's that high, that's awesome. Yeah. I really liked him. I really felt like CU didn't.
I literally just had the same reaction as what you just said, Haku, so yeah.
Do enough with him. A bunch of people in Dr. Bonehead's chat were like, oh yeah, I voted for Perdity. I really liked him. I thought that he was one of the best Lopobia branch leaders. So at first I kind of thought that these were meme votes. Perdity did well last time. But no, this seems like genuine love for the character. And that makes me really, really happy to just see people coming together, or keep people coming together and just expressing their love for this, like, sort of not super minor character, but expressing their love for this kind of, more niche character. I thought it was really cool to actually see Perdity do this well, because people really, really liked Perdity. It was really cool. In 25th place at 118 votes is Cha.
There he is, Cha. One of I definitely voted for Cha. Cha is just cool, just chill. One of I feel like one of the characters that just said, "Oh hey yo, I'm cool," and just stayed around being cool. Nothing really, no real big ambiguous there. Just oh, he's just. Cha's just cool, just a cool dude. Just really, really cool design, really cool backstory, really cool lore, implications of being the first descendant of the first man. Cha's just sick.
Cha I actually think was in 31st or 32nd last time. I think it was 32nd. So Cha's actually moved up a little bit. He's been around, has done some things in the most recent arc. Didn't have the most prominent showing or anything, but did pretty okay for himself. So I think, solid enough placement once again. 24th place is Yuhan Sung, just a little bit of a drop from last time, but just once again a really popular character. Arguably my favorite character. Yuhan Sung is either number 1 or number 2 for me. So
Yuhan Sung is probably in my top 10 too, but I think he's solidly always been my 10th. I don't think anyone... Again, going off of my OC, which, again, many people might not know, my backstory of my OC, his climb took place at the exact same time as Yuhan Sung's climb. And him and Yuhan Sung have a rivalry. Him and Yuhan Sung have a rivalry where they're bickering. They're always this bastard, or oh, whatever. Yuhan Sung doesn't really reciprocate that. He just kind of he's kind of always smug with my character, but he's not antagonistic, but my character doesn't like him. My Zeke doesn't like him, and I made the whole thing. It was really fun, and I think that made me love Han Sung-Yu's character so much more, from researching all the things about him to make sure every detail is right. And then I definitely voted for Han Sung too, by the way. So whenever anything with Han Sung happens in the story, I'm always hyped because of that, and I think that consistently has always made Han Sung-Yu my solidly top 10 character. He is number 10, always going to be number 10. He's the gatekeeper. If I like you more than Han Sung-Yu, then that means that you're in the top 10 of my character's entire arc. That's kind of how I've deemed him, my gatekeeper of my favorites.
Yeah, again, one of my favorite characters doing this well, I'm really happy about. Again, a character who hasn't been around for a bit, but...
Oh my goodness. What just happened? I just got explode. My chat just exploded. I've been refreshing my chat this whole time, and I don't know why just now there's so many messages. I've been in live chat too. What the heck? I didn't. That was weird. I just looked back and I just have like 30 messages in like 30 chat stuff. That's so weird. I've been in live chat. I've been refreshing everything because that's so weird. Okay. I'm gonna read them just now. Just I guess I said I guess people like MILFs. I'm guessing you said that for Laura. Cube for Enkidu. Edwin was super low last time. I think he got any barely votes at all. Really, but they did. But Data Edwin did recently. Really, this time Data Edwin lost nearly all his votes, and the real one got his votes. Makes sense. Kind of the same thing I thought would happen with Marco Asensio. I'm glad that she's still here despite all the hate a lot of people been throwing at her in the anime. The anime did good. The anime did good to no one. Dance the man after all. Rip. I think they still dead. This barely plays screen time, perhaps maybe the reason. Same, totally voted for HOTS. I knew you would, Amir. You love HOTS. Technically, I guess it's just a mean vote, though. That was for the crane, I'm guessing. I guess Cobalt isn't the most popular Shinwei anymore. Mimiya, I guess Perdity won the war. I have no idea why all these messages popped up at once. So that was so random. So if that's why I haven't been answering all the messages is because I literally just saw them right now, even though I've been refreshing and I'm in live chat. That's so weird.
It only fell off just a little bit and is still quite popular. Now 23rd place at 122
Makes
votes
sense.
is a pretty funny fall off. Yurik Mazano, when I asked people, like when I was getting the results ready and everything, or like right before the poll ended, I started asking people, hey, what are your predictions and stuff? A bunch of people predicted, they were like, Yurik fell off, Yurik fell off. And wow, people's predictions were kind of on. Yurik was in 9th place last time and is now in 23rd, which isn't a crazy fall off, but it's quite a bit of a fall off considering the fact that Yurik's been around. He's been around 3 years since the last poll. He's been here. Fairly prominent in the last 2 arcs. So to have him drop this much despite being around, it's like, wow, yeah, a bit of Yurik's mystique is worn off by... This is something that I said back in Floor of Death, though, and especially Hidden Floor when we saw Data Yurik. I don't know if people really liked it when I was saying it during Floor of Death and Hidden Floor, but I was like, I feel like we're seeing Yurik too much, and he's just becoming less special because we're seeing too much of him. And I think that might be kind of happening here in Season 3 with the past 2 arcs. I think some of Yurik's mystique kind of wore off when he really didn't do too much of anything. He kind of just loitered around last arc. Like, he had a really good fight with Lizlek in the arc before last, but then last arc he just kind of loitered around and was embarrassed by Lizlek some more. And you haven't seen Lizlek yet, so I guess this is Lizlek 4.
I did not even realize. I forgot that Lizlek hasn't shown up. That's crazy. I knew Lizlek was going to be in the top 30, 20. I knew that was going to be a thing, but I assumed. I don't remember if I don't think in my head I even thought that he was going to be above Mazino, Yurik, but that's crazy. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think that he was gonna be above Mazino, but he damn. But it is still one of the funniest things in all of Tower God to me that Lizlek calls Yurik broke. One of the funniest things. I'm never going to forget that, and I'm always going to remind people that Lizlek called Yurik Mazino to his face broke.
Mazino 0, still taking L after L after L, and getting into 22nd place. There's Lopobia Lilio Zahard at 100.
That is super high for Lilio. I completely forgot we haven't seen her. That is amazingly high for your Lilio. I thought Lilio was not even. I thought Lilio was gonna be in like the top 100, like barely in like 90 or something like that. That's crazy.
136 votes. Again, I've always preferred Shiliel over Liliel, but Liliel's been around since last poll, and also she did really well last time. She did even more well this time, but it makes sense for her to do like even more well because she was a main leading factor in the hotel arc.
People like the bratty princess, I guess, but I feel like I've never seen Lilio love. Like I've never seen love for Lilio. Like I've always seen Lilio not hate maybe, but like disdain. But maybe it's like a Rachel thing. Maybe it's like everyone hates Rachel, everyone hates Lilio, but we actually like them. Who knows? But I've always never seen like positive things about Lilio.
So it just kind of makes sense that she's really highly rated. But again, to me, not my personal, not one of my personal favorites or anything. And 21st place, I think, is going to be another funny one. I think it's going to be another one people didn't really see coming. Not in the top 20, 142 votes, Pobedao Gastang. I expected him to be a lot higher. I thought he might have even made top 10. I expected Gastang to be higher because...
There's no... I knew that Gastang was not going to be top 10. I expected him to be top 20, but not top 10. I don't know why. I just didn't think Gastang was going to be top 10. Definitely not. But Gastang is the second, which makes sense. He's the second highest family head. I'm guessing everyone should know what the first is. Everyone, Tromrai is going to be the first, the highest ranked family head. And yeah, interesting.
So much focus was given to him this arc, but not as popular. The Pobedao family just, generally not as popular as the Lopobia for the most part. Did not do the best. There's even, I think, 2 more Pobedao that we haven't gotten to yet. 2 or 3, at least.
Dr. Bonehead's chat is crying right now. The Pobedao family might have won the battle but lost the war.
Too. So not the most popular Pobedao character even. Yeah, I don't know. For me personally, Gastang's kind of meh. So this placement makes sense for me, but it makes sense.
I absolutely adore Gastang. Actually, from a lore, I've always have. From a lore perspective, from a everything perspective, from his power perspective, I thought Gastang is just sick. He's not in my top 10, definitely not. But he's definitely super interesting. I feel like out of any of the family heads, I think Gastang is one of the most interesting family heads, definitely. Even if we didn't know all the lore about him, I feel like I always thought Gastang was super interesting. But I always did think that a lot of people didn't share my opinion about that. So who knows?
It's for my personal taste, but for what I expected to happen, not what I expected. 20th place kicks off with Kun Ran at 146 votes. Ran was incredibly popular last time, barely fell off at all, kind of pretty much in the same spot as last time, roughly. Definitely he had the anime, which I'm sure gave plenty of focus to him for workshop battle and everything, and he's always just been an extremely, extremely popular character. Yeah. So this one doesn't surprise me one bit. No. 19th place, Pobedao Hugo at 151 votes. I knew people liked Hugo.
I was gonna, yeah, damn. I knew people liked Hugo, but damn, that's crazy.
So I knew Hugo was popular. I did not know that Hugo was.
Oh, and man. I'm off today. I'm sorry. It's super late now. Tiara is definitely there. We have Elaine, Tiara. Okay, so now that we're in the top 20, I'm gonna give my predictions. There's still not Bomb. There's still not Bomb, Kun, Rack, and Dorsey. Which one are the main cast we have not seen yet? So we got Elaine. We got Tiara, we got Yuri, we got Jihad. We haven't seen Jihad yet. like the main jihad. I love how we all basically said the same thing about Hugo. That's funny. Yeah, obviously Hugo is there. I don't. Then who else? I'm sure I'm just forgetting. And I'll probably say, oh yeah, when I see it. Lusleg, obviously. Wow, Lusleg, yeah. Lusleg is super high. Lusleg is there. Who else? I don't know. Tromrai. Tromrai's obviously there. Tromrai. I don't know why I paused on. Tromrai's definitely there.
This popular. I did not expect Hugo to be this highly rated. That is pretty crazy. But, you know, deserved, I guess. Then in 18th place with 152 votes is Alopabiya Yasaracha was in
exactly what I was just saying. I'm off my game today. I completely forgot about Yasaracha. Yeah, Yasaracha's always been popular. What am I doing? Yeah, Yasaracha. Yeah, damn, completely off my game. I think seeing Caliban low made me. I say low, but like, you know, he's top. He's for that many character, he's pretty high. Yeah, it just threw me off. And especially seeing Yamadad low down also threw me off, I guess, for right.
In 8th place last time, dropped out of the top 10, but really hasn't been around except to die. So it makes sense, and hasn't been around in a while, period. So kind of makes sense that, you know, Yasaracha was a main focus last time when Yasaracha came in 8th. So it kind of makes sense dropping a bit, but it's really cool to see Yasaracha still extremely highly rated.
Yeah.
More highly rated than Yama, more than Yurik still. So that's pretty crazy. And in 17th, I don't know if this is a surprise or not, 176 votes to Zahard. Zahard was in 25th last time, I think, tied, the only tie in the top 50 last time with Garam. And this time, after seeing him in some flashbacks,
but okay, Haku, you chose the. I don't know why you chose the most, like, the panel of Jihad where he's, in my opinion, looking the worst. I don't know why that mask. The mask design in that panel just looks off, so off. In that panel, it looks like a sleeping mask. It doesn't look good, and I feel like you had 100 better shots of Jihad to choose from, but I feel like you chose that on purpose.
Sort of drawing out his connection to Tromrai some more. It seems that people like him even more, and now we have 17th place King Zahard. And then in 16th is Rak Wraithrazor with 209 votes, breaking our 200 vote barrier. And yeah, last time Rak was in 50th.
Oh, also Yura. How Yura and Rachel. I don't know why I forgot Rachel and Yura. Yura and Rachel. Wait a minute, we haven't we haven't seen Bellery. Is Bellery in here? We haven't seen Bellery. You gotta be kidding me. You actually, I don't know if this is mean votes. Is people really rated Bellery higher than Gusting? Okay.
15th, so only a one-place drop. If anything, that should be surprising. If anything, it's surprising that he only dropped one place. And I got some comments on last character poll.
Sorry. I don't know why. I thought maybe I mistook Yura for her brother. I don't know why. I just didn't. Okay, so I just completely skipped over Yura in my head. So no, Yura's not here. Okay, cool.
When we did last character poll, there were people that were complaining. They were like, why'd you use Chibi Rack? Why'd you use a picture of Chibi Rack? And so this time I was like, okay, I will use the coolest panel possible. I'll use his like ancient transformation or whatever. And I wonder if that did help. I wonder if I used Chibi Rack, if he would have like really dropped even more, instead of hanging around in 16th and only dropping one spot. But to me, the main trio hasn't been very well written in a long time, so it totally makes sense for Rack to drop even further. And again, he was already in 15th last time. So even though he's been around, he's been fairly prominent in the most recent arcs, it kind of makes sense that people still don't care too much for where he is right now. In 15th place is Arie Adori.
I also forgot about Adori, even though we talked about her earlier in this stream. Yeah, Adori. Man, Adori like a rocket probably boosted up those votes.
He's a hard with 225 votes. This is a character who I said in my reactions and everything, I was like, I know a character that hasn't shown up yet is doing so well in the poll that they've got to show up in the story. I could have been completely wrong about that, but Adori, before even showing up in the official release, was still doing somewhere in the 20s, maybe even like breaking into the top 20 a little bit. And then once the reveal in the official translation came up, just went up even from that, kind of gained ground a little bit in that last week, a little bit more, until sort of coming into 15th place. So yeah, 15th place, and you know, my favorite character is in 14th, so I am glad that, you know, not enough time to surpass my favorite character. So in 14th place,
how did I voted for white. How did I not say white in my predictions? Yeah, white, of course. Yeah, white is definitely, white's also my top 10 favorite characters.
Joaquin or White, my personal favorite. Yeah, 229 votes. I am pretty happy with this one. Was in 11th place last time, so only a slight fall off here.
I think I really have to make that top 10 favorite character video. I kind of want to, I kind of still want to wait to do it until, for like a 1,000 subscribers. Just to make it like, oh, I made my top, I made my top fights for Tower God, like because of like a goal, so I wanted to wait. But I definitely should start at least writing that script, because I think I already have most of them in mind. I just have to place them in order.
Here from 11th place to 14th place, even though White hasn't been around in 3 years. So I'm pretty happy with this placement overall. Again, maybe he would have gotten passed if the poll went on longer than a month. Maybe he would have gotten passed by Adori, but I'm not quite sure. Given that, you know, in general, the way that the votes worked, at a certain point, maybe around like 8,000, 9,000 votes, I mentioned, I was like, I feel like we've hit a good, like, survey size, basically, because at that point, the characters kind of just filtered into where they were at, and they were gaining votes proportionally to one another, to where they weren't switching places as often. They were kind of just sort of set in where they were for the most part, and there were a couple that were switching back and forth, but basically the popular characters were popular, the not popular ones were not popular, and everyone was gaining votes proportionally to each other, to the point where things weren't switching up very much once we hit like 8,000, 9,000 votes. So really, who knows if he and Adori would have just kept gaining votes proportionally to each other and just stayed 14th and 15th. In 13th place with 239 votes is Grace Mircea Luzlek. I really, really love Luzlek. Luzlek's quickly one of my favorites. Another W over Yurik here. I really, really love him, so I think this is a really good placement. Not really a first placement, because last character poll, before even showing up in the series, last character poll, he was in like 125th place. So this time, jumping from that all the way up to 13th, after not only showing up, but having a pretty prominent role.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difference between him and like the, you know, some other characters that like showed up but didn't do anything. That Luzlek showed up and did stuff, and quickly his personality, his fights, the things that he did was just unexpected. Honestly, I feel like a lot of people thought he was going to be more edgy, more all that kind of stuff, and I feel like because of that twist, it kind of made people like be like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. Okay, I like this. I actually like this. I'm not. This is not bad. So it just kept, that train just kept going, and then it just, Luzlek is just an amazing character. And I think honestly, I don't know if he cracks the top 10 for me. I don't know if he makes a pass Hansung for me, but who knows? I'll have to see about that later.
Even getting to be part of a flashback and just being a really good character. I really like Lizlek. 12th place is a totally new character, though. With 252 votes, we have Pobeda Tiara, who wasn't even around at the time of the last character poll.
Naya must have been super happy because of that. And yeah, Tiara's great.
People have absolutely adored Tiara since the first time that she was introduced, and I've seen a lot of people like, I hope Gaston can rewrite Tiara, but actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe not, because Tiara might be another one of those characters like Hima Slime or Muntari or Inietta, where Tiara might have just been a character where we should quit while we're ahead, because Tiara has been good in everything she's done. Like, every scene with Tiara has been good. Yeah. Tiara's like killed it as a character, was crazy cool in the hotel arc, was super entertaining with the Yuri stuff during the library segment, basically, and then in the Sprout had some of the only good stuff in the Sprout. So really, Tiara's just kind of taken W after W, and maybe while she has this like kind of spotless record, really, we should just say, you know, that's the character.
Tiara was one of those characters I did not vibe with. Interesting. There's always I don't think Tiara never became one of my favorites, like how some people's did, but I liked Tiara. I'm not lukewarm on Tiara, but I'm not like yes on Tiara. You know what I mean? I just know she's popular. You know what I mean?
Character, and it's cool to see the character do this well despite just showing up, because yeah, she has really killed it with every appearance. And in 11th place, just missing out on the top 10.
Forgot about Iwa. Iwa is Iwa's always been popular. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Iwa's been popular. So now that Iwa is there, okay, so now I'm gonna have to say my top 10 like predictions. So again, Bomb, Kun, Rachel, Elaine. This is not in any order, by the way. Traumarai. After we got White out of the way, we got Lust, we got who else? Wangnan. I forgot Wangnan. How did I forget about Wangnan? Wangnan is definitely in the top 10. Probably, maybe the season 2 anime ballooned that. Who else? I'm trying to rack my head. Oh, there's only 4 characters that I haven't named. Who else have we not seen? It's not only that like who's popular, but also like we've already seen so many characters that I'm like, who have we not seen? Because I kind of, it's getting late and I kind of been forgetting. Man, I don't know. Okay, but those are like my 6. Who else?
10 is Yeon Yiwa, who hasn't shown up except for in the anime at 268 votes. Last time was in 10th place, so it was only dropped down 1.
Have we not seen Ghost? Haku, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember seeing Ghost, but I'm pretty sure Ghost has been seen, but I don't remember, because I don't remember commenting on Ghost. I feel like I would have if I saw Ghost. But yeah.
Makes sense. Character hasn't been around and only dropped down 1. If anything, that's a very good placement. Like, not being around and only dropping 1 place, that's insanely good. So Yiwa, again, still insanely popular, even though she hasn't.
I don't know where Archeon is, but I think it's pretty low. I feel like I would have mentioned it, but I guess I just skipped over it.
Around. And if any of you have predictions for top 10, now's your last chance to get them in before seeing who the top 10 are.
I really could only have I really only thought of 6. I really could, because I feel like I was thinking, what characters have we not seen? That's the thing. It's not only like, oh, we got characters as like, we got 10 characters. Like, which ones have we not seen already that are popular? I feel like we've hit a lot of the popular ones. like Hansung Yu, yeah, there's so many. Okay, I don't. I know the top 6 are in there, but I don't know the order. Um, oh, he was 100. Damn, he was 146. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know.
This is going to be a really, really fun one because I think a lot of people probably aren't expecting this order. In 10th place is...
Okay, so Elaine. I knew all these ones that I said haven't been on the list and are in the top 10, but I just didn't know the order. Elaine, interesting. Okay. Makes sense for me. I think that's fair.
Lopobia, Elaine, or Kaiser with 298 votes.
Yuri. I don't know why I didn't say Yuri. Yuri is definitely there. My goodness. Now that I said Yuri, now I'm fresh out of ideas. Yuri. We saw Mashini. We saw... Oh my goodness. What haven't we seen? I don't know what we've seen. Oh God. Okay.
Votes, almost getting to 300 votes. And she was in 12th place last time, 12th or 13th. I think she was 13th, actually. So
I see I think there's an R and an O right next to her. Who's an R and an O? The last name. What? I don't know.
So 13th place last time, I think, which is very good and hasn't been around and has still moved up a couple spaces. And I think, to me, this feels like if anybody's like a pro wrestling fan, I don't watch too much, but I actually don't watch at all anymore. But for anyone who knows, it's...
Don't overthink the surprises. Okay. All right. So they're surprises. All right. Cool. Let's see them.
It's like when the company tries to push certain people and then kind of neglects others, but the fans are like, no, we want to see this person, so they kind of prop up who they want to see. This kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like people voting that are like, we still love Elaine, we still want to see Elaine. I think it's people voting for Elaine to say, look at how much we love her. We're dissatisfied even that with all the Lopobia focus, she didn't get to do anything for the past 3 years. So I think that this is why Kaiser or Elaine actually went up from last poll despite not being around, is kind of like rebellion votes of people being like, we wanted her to be around, and voting her up because of that. But then in 9th place, this is the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. El Bozo.
Oh. I was like, who has... Because I thought the RO was the last. I thought it was just 2 words, 2 names, and I was like, oh, got it. But yeah, Kun, my poor boy Kun. I'm always a Kun defender, and even now, I love Kun, and I think I still like Kun. Would I say that he's the best character? Definitely not. Would I say he's my top 10? Definitely not. But I still like Kun. I feel the same way about Kun as I do about Tiara. Kun has always been one of my, just solidly, I like characters. I always like Kun. And I don't think there has been a moment yet that I dislike Kun. So,
Kun Aguero Agnes with 329 votes. This one is a shocker to me. But I feel vindicated. It's a hilarious shocker. The me that read season 1 and season 2 week to week would have been really bummed out by this, but the me that has read season 3 week to week feels kind of vindicated because Kun has not been written very well as a character at all in years.
Yeah, I know Haku's opinions of Kun, and while I respectfully don't agree, I think it's fine. I honestly knew that he was going to be in the top 10, but I honestly didn't care which place. He could have been 10 for me. I didn't, and that's not to throw shade against Kun. I just, because he's not in my top 10, I didn't care if he was at what placement in the top 10 he was in. But doesn't mean I hate Kun. Kun is, even recent Kun, I still like Kun.
So for me personally, when it came to last poll in 2022, my predictions where I predicted that Kun would win. Well, there's not really winners or losers, but I thought Kun would be the number one spot. I thought he'd be the most popular character, and he was in third. This time, I didn't really think he'd fall off so much, but I thought that other characters had gotten more popular, so
Mm-hmm.
I thought that he would maybe not be in third anymore, but he would. I couldn't have imagined him out of the top five. And then he's in ninth. Hilarious. Hilarious. So Kuhn in ninth place. Sorry to get my personal opinions in here. People might not have liked it, but I think it is hilarious having Kuhn in ninth.
Nah, it's fine, Haku. It's I. That's the thing. That's one of the things I like about Haku very much. So is that he just says what he says, and he. I try to be the same way. I try to just give my opinions, not really clouded by like, oh, what other people are gonna think about them. I just say what I say, and I feel like I feel like I'm a mix of Haku and Bonehead, where I'm a guy who just likes to like things. I think not liking things is for me a waste of time. Um, and I just see, but obviously there are just things that no matter how much you just don't like. And I have, even in Tarragata, I have had many points in the story where I say I just don't like that um, and I feel, yeah, that's completely fair. And and I always like hearing Haku's opinions about things he personally doesn't like.
That is so funny. But yeah, he has absolutely fallen off riding wise, and I think that's why he's fallen off popularity wise. I mean, I get comments disliking Kuhn all the time at this point. And then in eighth place, with 360
There he
votes,
goes.
you got Jia Wangnan. Now, for this entire time, you got 360 votes to 329 votes. Kuhn and Wangnan were really close for this entire poll. And I'll be honest with you, this isn't out of dislike for Kuhn, but more of kind of like for Wangnan. I was cheering on Wangnan. I was like, come on, Wangnan, get ninth place or get eighth place. So I was cheering on Wangnan a little bit. And then in the last few days, last week-ish, Wangnan pulled away from
Really
Kuhn. They went from kind of being really close, swapping place back and forth.
That's really interesting.
Wangnan pulled away, and Wangnan almost pulled into seventh place. He pulled away from Kuhn and almost surpassed Popedal Bellerir.
I also earlier said that Belleria wasn't in the thing, and I was like, wait, is Belleria above Gusting? Oh goodness. I completely forgot about Belleria. Man, just like in the story, he just sneaks in. I can't believe this is the most. I'm not joking, Haku or anyone watching. This is the most surprised I've been. You could probably tell from my reaction. There's not been a moment that I've been more shocked by this this tier list, this list. Wow, Belleria really got that high. It's crazy to me. That's actually insane to me. I'm just happy that he didn't pass Tromrai. I'm actually so happy he just didn't pass Tromrai. I'm happy he didn't pass any of the people above him. I'm surprised he passed any of the people below him. That's so crazy to me. Yeah, I'm not gonna get over that. That's so crazy.
Who had 361 votes in seventh place. And this is mostly meme votes, but I still think Bellerir would have done really well either way. Mostly meme votes.
I assume more than 50% are meme votes. They have to be for my mental sake. They have to be. And I'm not even one of the people that hate Bellerir that much. Like, I need to see Joe's reaction to this. That would have been so fun. That I'm sure that would have been the funniest thing in the world. If my reaction was like that, there's no way. God. That's insane. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I can't chalk it up all to meme votes. Again, like Haku said, he would have done well regardless, but my goodness, 7th place for Belleria.
1 vote higher than Wangnan. Wangnan almost caught up to where Belleria was. Belleria was actually really close, going back and forth with 6th place the entire time, but then 6th place in the last few days kind of pulled away a bit.
Really? Damn.
I think, like, you know, obviously this is mostly meme votes, but you look at any character poll ever, and there's always some, like, weird characters that do really, really well. There's always some really high meme votes. And I think the Belleria, the Crane, Perditi maybe to some extent, but Perditi seems genuine. Kanhong, I think a lot of these characters, like, you see that in every character poll. Now, Belleria did really, really well, and I think that's because, though he got this high because of meme votes, I think even without meme votes, Belleria still would have been top 40. Because Enkidu was also pretty high, right? Enkidu was also...
Enkidu was pretty low from, I forgot where Enkidu was. Remind me, Haku, in the chat if you can. But I think, in my opinion, Enkidu was super low. And again, that's kind of like the thing you were talking about. If you change the picture of Enkidu to like the human version, would he have gotten higher? Which I actually think he would have. But I forgot where Enkidu was. But Belleria being that high is still crazy to me. No matter what, no matter if even if it is meme votes, it's crazy to me. Damn.
Also pretty high. I feel like Belleria would have been even...
I think it was 59th, which is sort of low, but I don't know. Compared to, for Enkidu, for somebody who's been super prominent, I think it's pretty damn low, especially with how high Belleria is. It's crazy.
Even higher than Enkidu, probably, even though I think Enkidu's a better character than Belleria. For Belleria, he's played a very recent role in the recent arcs. He's had these interactions with Gastang. He was in 77th place last time, and so that was already high.
That feels low to me, but it's above many major characters like Evan, Calavan, Masuni. Yeah, it does feel low to me, but I get what you mean too. But also, I think it just comparatively to Belleria, I think that's where my thing comes into, right?
We knew like pretty much nothing about him. And then since then, he's had these interactions with Gastang. He has had the stuff with the Red Light District, and the stuff with the Red Light District, I think, is stuff that people are really interested in. And also, there is a type of antagonist that I think that fans enjoy, where they're just kind of this snotty antagonist making things worse for the main characters. And when you have main characters that have everything handed to them so often and have things so easy so often, like sometimes our main characters in Tower of God do, I think that it causes fans to kind of cheer on and kind of like these kind of sort of snotty antagonists that just kind of come in and make the story interesting and screw things up. So I think that people would have liked Belleria enough either way, whether kind of liking him in the Rachel sense of liking him.
Interesting.
I think people would have liked him enough that I think he would have been top 40 anyway, maybe even top 30 anyway, even without the meme votes.
I think top 40 is perfect for Belleria. I think that's fine. But 7th, it's crazy.
So the meme votes carried him to top 10, but I think he would have been high either way, me personally. But I've spent a lot of time on him. Time for 6th place, another exciting one to bring up to you all. 25th bomb slash...
As soon as Haku, you got all giddy, I was like, there's bombs not in the top 5. Yeah, makes sense. I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I knew bomb was gonna be the top 10 no matter what. But yeah.
Jovial Grace with 387 votes. The certified bomb lovers did not show up. Again, though, to me, when you look at the top
10, I would have voted for bomb. I just didn't vote for any of like the main cast, like Bomb, Kun. I just didn't vote for them. Just because I assumed a lot of people would already, so I wanted to give my votes to some others, except for like, like the White, the Tramrai, all that kind of stuff. Like those are like characters that I'm like, oh, they blew me away. And I think of them like highly. So I would have voted for Bomb if I didn't like put that self-imposed thing on myself to not vote for Bomb. I would have just voted for Bomb. It wouldn't have changed anything, but I would have definitely have voted for Bomb because I know I still like Bomb. I still like Bomb. I think Bomb is for Tower of God. You know, I think is a great main character for a story like Tower of God. And I honestly, I I feel like a lot of people think differently, but I honestly couldn't see any other main character outside of Bomb. I don't know if that's just because we haven't seen any other main character outside of Bomb, but honestly, to me at least, I just think Bomb is the main character. He is, and that's not saying he's basic. That's the opposite of what I'm kind of meaning. It's like that the story of Tower God is is about Bomb. So like it's and I think I need to make that. I still haven't wrote the full script for that. It's like 20% done. I want to make a whole Bomb character analysis like I did for Rachel and like how I'm doing for Traumarai. But it's definitely because he's the main character. He's gonna take longer. But I definitely think Bomb kind of has the Ichigo problem, kind of, where people I think talk bad, not bad, but like they they say things that I feel like betray the fact that the story would be completely different if Bomb wasn't the main character. Kind of like how Ichigo's whole situation in Bleach is. That's again in my opinion. Um, so I set the poll settings to only allow one vote per person to see what the multiple results would look like if people couldn't do multiple votes. In that case, Bellier would have still been 13th. Interesting. I mean, yeah.
10 as a whole, I'm going to do that once I reveal them one at a time. To me, when you look at the top 10 as a whole, this makes sense. Would I have expected it? Would I have expected him even outside of like the top 3 or 4? No, I would not. I thought he was going to be top 3 or 4 for sure. So to drop out of the top 5 is hilarious. But I get it, and I feel vindicated because once again, like Kun and Rock, it hasn't been as bad as Kun, of course, and it hasn't been as nothing as Rack. But Bomb just hasn't been written the most well in a long time, and I think especially this arc in particular, Bomb wasn't handled very well for the vast majority of this arc. So to me, it makes perfect sense for Bomb to drop this much, but man, is that a crazy drop. In 5th place is Rachel with 420.
Yeah. I knew Bomb and Rachel would probably be literally right next to each other. That did not surprise me at all when it switched to Rachel. Nothing to say. Rachel's Rachel. She's literally the most important character in all of Tower God. So there you go.
3 votes. Last time she was in 6th place, so she's moved up 1 place from last time. It makes sense. People like Rachel. I just explained it with the Bellery stuff. People like it when she comes in and shakes up the story, when she makes Bomb have to face some actual adversity here and there, when she kind of is kind of this troll against the main characters. So I think that, again, Rachel's popular because she is this troll against the main characters, and also I think that she herself is just really intriguing and has a lot of mystery that people like.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that Bellery in every sense of the word is Rachel, but worse. That's the thing about it. It's just that that's why I was like, oh yeah, he's top 40, and all the reasons that you gave are good for why, even without the meme votes. But like, I'm not joking. Bellery is just Rachel, but worse. Rachel does exactly all the same things Bellery does, but just better. It's handled better in the story, the way it was presented, and also like, again, intrigue, mystery, and all that kind of stuff. It's even the display of like everything. It's just, I don't know how to say it. It's just Rachel has done it better.
And I'm hoping that, you know, when a lot more gets revealed about Rachel, I'm hoping that the mystery makes her even more exciting when we know some things, rather than being disappointed with how the mystery goes. So either way then, in fourth place this time is going to be Hwariun with...
I actually hate myself. How did I not say Hwariun? Of course Hwariun. Oh my goodness. Man, I should just delete my channel. Of course, how did I not say Hwariun? For some reason, I thought we already had her. I don't know what spot it would have been. Of course, Hwariun.
447 votes. Hwariun has always been extremely, extremely, extremely popular, so it makes sense for her to maintain.
Literally, I think if you were to go off just fan art, literally, I think Hwariun has the most fan art of any Tower God character. There's never... I'm so happy when there's ever any topic about Hwariun. I will probably never have to repeat a single one of her fan art, because the well is never ending with the amount of fan art for her.
Her, you know, streak of being extremely popular. She will have been in the anime as well. It's not that, I mean, she hasn't done much, but it's not that she hasn't shown up at all. She's done a little bit this arc, so she has done a little bit. So it makes sense to me for her to be this high. And in third place, somebody it definitely makes sense for it to be this high is Yuri Zahard with 400. And
so I forgot who else I said that hasn't shown up yet, or if I've already said all the ones that I thought were showed up, and no, we're just getting into the unknown with the top two. But okay, so Traumarai is number 1. Either that or he's number 2. I'm gonna just go on a limb and say Traumarai is number 1. I definitely voted for Traumarai. But let's see.
89 votes. Yuri, it makes a ton of sense. Yuri was extremely popular last time, and this time she got to be in the hotel arc. She got to be a central figure in the hotel arc, really. Definitely. A lot of screen time there. The stuff, not only in the hotel arc, but then in the sort of what I call the library segment of the story, the stuff between Hotel and Sprout, you had all the fun stuff with her and Tiara. Her and Tiara were really fun. So yeah, totally makes sense. Not only was she already popular, but she's gotten to do a ton of cool stuff since then. And then as our top 2, and the top 2 were in competition with each other this entire time. They were fighting neck and neck the entire time. I think one day before voting ended, at some point the day before voting ended, when I checked the results, because I was checking them every few hours, they were tied at 728 to 728. So they were tied even on the last day. So here you go. In second place is going to be Lopobia Traumarai. Not surprising, 743 votes. You know, that means that number 1, 770 votes.
I completely forgot about Endorsey, and I'm actually super amazingly shocked that she is even that high. Maybe above Goon, but above Bomb? Damn. Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all, but okay. I mean, I don't have to agree with it. That's like the votes. That's the people voted. But damn, you got first. Damn,
votes is Endorsey/Endorsey/Andrassi Zahard. It is really, really hard. It is really difficult to dethrone the number 1 character of a character poll. So Traumarai coming this close is crazy. But here's the thing: Traumarai has the most screen time in the most recent arc.
That's the thing, is that I guess I just didn't. I knew I said Endorsey like as one of the names, but I completely just forgot that I haven't seen her. But yeah, damn.
Not only the most recent arc, though, the most recent saga, this entire saga, Traumarai has been prominent. He has been at the forefront.
Which is funny, because I think,
when you look
I don't want to speak over Haku of this, which is funny because I actually think I see a lot of Endorsey hate. I don't know. I feel like out of the prominent characters to see like dislike for, hate for, are like Yama, Horaka. You get to see like not like the type of Rachel hate where like you hate, like, people love to hate her or whatever. Um, Generally, like I seen dislike for those types of characters, and Dorsey's been one of those characters I've heard a lot of hate about. So it's just interesting to me.
At comments, when you look at discussions, people are always talking about how Traumerei is one of the most detailed, most well-written characters in Tower of God.
Making a whole
so to
video
me,
because of that.
This isn't shocking at all. It's shocking how much more popular he is than Gaston. And also last time, Traumerei had just shown up. He had just shown up and he was in 12th place. So you go from 12th place, just showing up, to then getting all of this development in the past 3 years, all of this focus in the past 3 years, and it just makes complete sense.
It's basically been the 3 years of Traumerei.
So you got Traumerei, and then again, Endorsi Andrasi, she was really good in the hotel arc, so we had the really good hotel arc stuff. And then when it comes to the Sprout, she was kind of written her weakest. The writing for her was at its weakest, but even then, there were so many times throughout the Sprout where I was like, she is carrying Kun, sometimes literally carrying Kun. Like, she wasn't written the best as she has been, but she was still kind of accomplishing a
Last time the top two is the thing is that I'm gonna be honest, 1,000,000% honest. I completely forgot almost everyone, the ranking on the last character pool, just because it's been a long time. But last time the top two were in Dorsey at like damn and Bomb. So yeah, I remember Dorsey and Bomb being like together, but yeah. So this was much closer competition. Yeah, I remember you saying that yeah, competition this poll was a lot spread out.
A lot as far as the main characters go in the most recent arc. So yeah, it's hard to dethrone the top character, and it did not happen this time. So you see, we got second character poll, 538 characters, or 12,013 votes. It was done for a month here. Again, I'll send all these images out. And what I meant about the top 10 making sense. So the top 10 from last time compared to this time. You have the Yurik Mazano fall off. Yurik was in 9th last time, and then Yusracha was in 8th, dropping to 18th. So those two drop out, and then Belarir and Traumerei are coming in. Makes sense for Belarir, he was popular, plus meme votes, like crazy meme votes. Makes sense for Traumerei because he was already in 12th, but he was one of the most insanely popular before. Elaine was in 13th, and Yiwa was in 10th last time. So really, it's more like with Joaquin dropping a few spaces, and with the ones in the top 10 dropping out, it's kind of just like Yiwa and Elaine just kind of switched places. So Yiwa dropped out of the top 10 from being just within it, and Elaine went into the top 10 from being just outside of it. So those two switch places. And then when you look at the stuff inside the top 20 or top 10, last time Yuri was 4th, Waryun was 5th, and Rachel was 6th. So really, Bomb and Kun fell from above Yuri, Waryun, and Rachel, but Yuri, Waryun, and Rachel just maintained their order.
Yeah.
So those three maintained where they were, and Bomb and Kun fell out. And then Traumerei went up to replace Bomb and Kun.
Definitely.
Because Bomb and Kun were in 2nd and 3rd last time. So Traumerei went up to replace them. The two of them dropped out. You got Belarir coming.
I think that's why I was like in my head I was saying Bomb, Kun, and Dorsey, like that trio, because I think I remember that being like a trio last time.
In replacing where Mazano and Yusracha were last time, and then Elaine and Yiwa kind of swapping with one another. Wangnan last time was in 7th, I think, and dropped to 8th this time, but generally kind of in the same general area. So that's it. Thank you all for watching. Anybody reacting to these, thank you all for reacting to them. I know it's been...
Thank you so much for making it, Haku. You did all the hard work. and I'm very glad to be able to be reacting to your video and your list and your poll. It's an honor, and I'm very, very happy that I was able to.
Extremely, extremely long. My voice is killing me. Been recording for forever.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not. My voice is not killing me because you probably have seen that I've been drinking water in the past, the past while. But it's yeah. This is probably my longest stream.
So I gotta go edit all this, make it into a video for you all. I do want to say thank you, though. A huge thank you once again to all of you for voting. A huge thank you to all of you for watching this. A huge thank you to all of you for supporting everything you've done. And yeah, I will get this video up and I'll share the result images out with everybody. I can't wait to watch other people's reactions. I can't wait to see more reactions. Thank you so much. And yeah, let me just do my normal outro for all of you really quick. Thank you. Like, if you did like the video, comment down there, tell me what you thought of the results, or anything you want to talk about. So comment down there, follow on Twitter if you want to, subscribe if you want to. It'd be very much appreciated. There's going to be a ton more on the channel. I still have a lot of other Tower of God projects to do, even though we'll be on hiatus. If you want to join the Discord, asking, you can get a link to that. If you want to support the channel by dropping a super thanks, that's extremely appreciated. Thank you to Marayot, who has been doing that. Thank you. No and if you want to support the channel and get your name at the end of videos and get One Piece videos a bit early, you can go to patreon.com/Haku of the Tubes. Their link will be in the description, or just hit join down below to become a member.
The images will be
thank
super
you to people
cool.
who are already patrons and channel members. Thank you to chosen regulars Evan Hawley and Ricky Wooster, Magical Girls, FR Nono, JA, and the D-Van, Sheridan students, David Langstaff, and Folded Ghouls, Slayer Candidate, SG, and Pure Element, Patiardial. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
All right. That's all right. Now I can go back to talking. There you go. All right. Wow. That was, I'm going to take these off because my ears are killing me. Wow. My hair's a mess. Wow. Thank you all, whoever was here, for being here, and for liking the stream, being there here throughout, talking through the chat. Amazing 1 million thanks to Haku for putting this all together, for doing this amazing community thing. I'm super glad that I was able to react to it, to give my thoughts, my opinions, and my general love for the series that I know that both me and Haku and a lot of other people love. And yeah, and I love to hear Haku's opinions. I'll always love hearing Haku's opinions, because I know that he's just saying what he truly means. And I think that's a incredible aspect, not only as a content creator to have, but also just as a person to have. I think it makes people just believe you way more if you just say what you really feel like, and don't diverge just because you know you have a camera in your face, you know. So yeah, yeah, all the love to you, Haku. Thank you so much for dropping by, and I was super happy and excited to make this. And yeah, this has definitely been one of my longest streams ever. So without any further ado, hope you guys have a wonderful night, and yeah, get all the sleep any of you can get, because I sure as hell am. Have a wonderful day. Bye.